folks on our street, tried to get some updated deed restrictions. Because the only thing it basically says is you can't have pigs. And so there was a guy that lived there that was, he's an engineer or an architect or something like that. He did up some deed restrictions. Sensible things, right?
Yeah,
And
right, that's the word.
we had a meeting or got everybody together at somebody's house. And you would have thought that they were proposing, to open a whorehouse.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it was just like unbelievable the amount of dissension.
Oh, yeah.
They don't want to change, they don't want to.
Protect you against bad things happen, like, it's part of your driveway.
Right. Yeah, we went through that. It's, and the rumors that get around and go, wow, how did they come up with that? Who said that? They're gonna tell us we're coming to paint our house. I
Yeah,
don't see that anywhere on here. But anyway, it's interesting. So,
Our street.
yeah. Well, we had like, that's good. Shells, lucky. We have about 1,700 property owners, and so in order to get deed restrictions, change, you got
very possible.
it is, it's impossible. And you have a vote, and 300 people vote. That's it.
What are your really big now?
$50 a year.
Yeah.
You should think
They're complaining.
oh, yeah. They're complaining. It's gonna be your leg row. A year.
That takes care of all.
But you see, that's reasonable.
Yeah, those are reasonable, and the, $300 and $400 a month to.
Oh, the condo system.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Well, I know that, they were $10, and then when they first created the neighborhood or developed it, and then, they went to 30, and then I guess maybe about 4 years ago, it was raised to 50.
Good morning.
Good morning. You would think we were, some people would say, well, they just want this to be key labor. Like, them to key labor. Oh, that means, two. What is that?
First one's going to be Candy Kimber.
Now,
Second and third.
Oh, sorry.
oh, there are two of them. One did not, one didn't.
Maybe it's one of those.
Wow, that's a big jump. Okay.
I don't think you're in the right one.
Yeah. Number one, the first one.
His name is Henry.
Yeah, you got the right one there, okay? The account number is 3232252.
But it's.
Yeah, I didn't see all. I'm looking at mine, look at yours.
They don't have, marketing for the.
It says damages. Oh, it's.
All right, let's go ahead and open the meeting and then we'll lose the thing to get rolling. So it is Tuesday, July 26th at 8:32. We're convening a session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. We have a quorum.
We do.
Okay, so we're open for hearings, which we'll get started in just a moment. Ray,
Good morning, Ray.
Giuliani.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Um, are we waiting for somebody back? Are we waiting?
I got those.
John is gonna be out this week.
Okay,
This whole week,
Yeah, he just texted me and said, just be safe, he's gonna.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame
okay, so this one does have two, but I did not print them together. We have them reading together, if you want to sign both of them.
you. You can get what?
Here,
Name.
We know what you did.
I want to sound like. Forever.
Is that like for the whole day or is there something? We've never seen one.
My husband keeps asking, how much
Which
you
one?
getting paid?
I didn't share.
I don't remember.
We rarely have people that
150 a day.
have only been.
Huh? Oh, I did.
Hopefully, yeah, I don't, we didn't indicate he would have any problems when we say.
Well, I still say that one, to me, so I do.
Well, yeah, when it says
It was so alien.
the end of the year, like,
December.
why December he keeps asking, I'm like, I'm still, I have no idea, John.
I haven't said that part to people and they just sort of change the subject.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Okay, I'm not gonna take one of these this way. You can throw her.
That sounded like a, are you kidding? No way about that even here. And,
We understand.
okay, you're Candy? All right, I have some administrative stuff to go through. You have two accounts. Do you have a preference for which one we deal with first?
Do this one because my battery's low and that's the picture that I have.
Okay, so this is the
Dolphin.
Dolphin, okay,
Which is.
yeah. All right. So we're commencing two hearings, and I'll announce each one as we go into them separately. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube, and on this case, we have under protest, market and equity is under protest, okay? And since your battery's gone, I know,
Can we get her?
yeah, have you given them that picture?
I don't know.
Okay, so that, if you want to use that as evidence, like to present a picture to us, that needs to be given to the
Needs to be
to the
emailed
district
to
and
us.
submitted.
Okay. There's two, there's this one
Yeah,
Excellent, just
email
go
it.
ahead and. Email.
right now.
Yeah,
So Aransas CAD. gmail.com.
and we have power banks if you need to hook your phone up, so it has light.
Where's it? That one? This one?
Okay, and I'm sure Beth will handle that in the meantime, so we'll go ahead and get started. Again, we have market and equity are the items being protested. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protests. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey form regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the form that they've conveniently left you for you there. Or there's a form, a copy of the form that's in the determination package that will be mailed to you after the hearing to document the results of the hearing. And you can also take it online, and information about how to do that, how to return it, how to take it online, and so on are included at the top of that form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always encourage people to offer their feedback. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So aside from the pictures, there's nothing else written or evidence-wise that you're going to use in your presentation.
Not really.
Okay, I mean, you can talk about things, we just can't look at anything evidence-wise or written-wise introduced in the middle of the hearing. Okay?
The property on 919 North Fulton Beach Road condominium is a homestead. Filed with the tax office.
We'll get to that
I
one.
don't.
Yeah, okay, so that's the other account that we'll deal with that one after we.
All right.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Waggerty, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. This is related to case ID 2022-979 and 2022-980.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear. Oh, okay, sorry.
That's in relation to 2022, and 2022. The house.
Thank
On the side.
My turn.
Yes.
I'm sorry, with that one. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 related to cases 2022-979 and 980.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code, section 41.66F regarding case number 2022-979 and 980.
Well, testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Candy will be asked to swear in at this time, and Beth will have to do that.
We're gonna read the statement that starts with I do.
We solemnly swear to affirm the testimony presented to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
And Kendrick.
Under your reference book.
Yeah.
And then if you can just reference both case numbers. Right here.
Case number 2022-979.
And that one also.
Case number
90.
2022-980.
I, Rick Rossi, do solemnly swear that the testimony I present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is clear and correct. We're talking about the 979 and
Yeah.
Thank you.
A lot of administrative stuff to go. Okay, Candy, I need to ask whether you hold a license and certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, sir.
Okay. In front of you there is a chart that's the hearing procedure times. That's how we're going to run the hearing today.
Okay.
Takes one of two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time to present and question and rebut and so on. But you get to make the choice of whether you go first or the district goes first.
You go first.
Okay. And Ray, we know that we're waiting on some evidence to get put on the system. So.
But not on this one.
Actually, I'm sorry, I need to open this hearing. It actually is on this one.
Yeah, Dolphin, we're on it.
Yeah.
2-3-4-1-5.
Right, so we're opening a hearing on case ID 2022-980, account number 23415, which is 152 Dolphin Drive in Holiday Beach.
I have the picture.
One more.
Thanks.
Yep, and I'll get going here.
Perfect. Got both of them. Okay.
Okay, we're on Dolphin Drive in Holiday Beach, which I believe is on the west side of Holiday Beach. And it's dry lot. It's a couple lots actually, but they're dry lots. So when we look at sales, what we're doing with that, yeah, Q1, Q2. So we're gonna look at some sales, dry residential places, you know, that have sold. And first one is on Lakeview, sold in September for $85,000. And the second one is on Forest Oak and sold for $161,000. Here, we got two more, one on St. Charles Loop and one on Sherwood. You'll notice that the subject is 500 square feet. Comp number two is, comp number one is 1,000 square feet. Comp number two is 700 square feet. And then the next two comps are 500 square feet. One sold for 122, one sold for 120. Both of them are on dry land. Had a median sell value of 107,000. Okay, so equity, got some small houses here. Equity is 81,618. Comparing class 3 homes that are under 650 square feet, 625 square feet that are relatively new in build. The last two are anyways. So in either way, we're essentially a supported, the median equity value is a little bit lower, but it's in the same 81,000 area. That's all I have.
Okay, Cindy, do you have a couple minutes of question, right?
It's still not, the sewer's not hooked up still yet. Or, getting to move ahead on it, shortly, but it's still basically just a shell. There's no, same as last year, there's no, electricity, pumping electricity, or there's nothing inside. We just have the tools ready to get the subfloor and stacked under the house and have to move the shed and.
Is that Harvey down?
Pardon?
Is that Harvey down?
No, it's a, build, we get, to get out of the condo to start on this one. So condo is almost completed inside and this one will be starting this one finish. Shortly, but that's the way it is now. I put the weed barrier because I was tired of mowing, the mower was broke, the mower's fixed now. And we're in a drought and the weeds, I don't want to put any dirt on it because I can't put the grass because it's a drought and I'm not there permanently yet. So I have to move some things around. And get the fences up and just start on it.
What's got it inside, we have no No, like.
No, you see,
Don't
my,
see.
I'm sorry.
There's nothing, you don't have any services,
No.
water and plumbing and.
The septic is by the trailer, you can see it sticking up,
Nothing's hooked up yet.
not yet.
The
Very
first,
soon.
the first picture is the house, the blue, yeah.
And then the shed needs to move back. And we'll put the utilities in the shed and the washroom and the underground into the house.
The shed is that little,
Orange building, it's right on the property line, and I want to put it like, put off the property line, so I can go around and mow the strip. I want,
what's the little building?
that's a cabana.
Was this put on there since Harvey or?
Yes, ma'am. Well, the shed was, storage was there right after Harvey, because I had 40 trees go down on that property. I had to get them cut up, and moved to the street. It was a mess, real big mess, and it's still a mess, but
Okay, and the electricity's in, but it's not hooked up.
no, it's
to that.
by the cabana, you see the temporary coal.
Yeah,
This has some plugs so we can plug in a power tool or
oh, okay.
yard implements. Saws and a little light in there, or
Do you have,
put an air conditioner pretty soon. There's not even an air conditioner in there yet.
do you have
Just
an
a
idea
chill.
of what you feel it's worth at this point?
Well, probably the same as last year, since there's no changes. They did put in a culvert, which is very helpful to get on the property, egress on, and off the property. But there hasn't been any water last year when I was at the meeting, the flood barely got in here now. It was just raining and raining and raining all that year, and now it's a drought, but I would like the drought better. No mosquitoes or weeds.
It's on.
That's about it. It's the same as last year, but we're fixing to go ahead on it. Have a new general contractor and start on it. Start moving on it. All the tools are inside and subfloors. Have to lift it and level it from underneath the gym. Level it. Well, it's not level, it's high. We have to lift it and shim it and put the subfloor in and start on that.
Anything else?
It's all,
Right?
Same as last year.
maybe next year when there's more improvements, get me in.
Yes, I am.
I'm
You guys
good
okay?
with it, yeah.
Motion is kind of item 2022-980. Yeah, 23415, which is 152,005 on the beach. After hearing the protesters' information and then the district, the credit review board is recommending that the current noted value of 81,790 be reduced and go back to last year's value, which was $48,610.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, you understand the new value for the new old value? Okay, that closes that hearing. We're going to open a hearing on case ID 2022-979, account number 32252, which is 919 North Fulton Beach Road, apartment 206. Would you like the district to go first again?
Yes.
I do too.
Okay. Yeah, they put the same pictures. I think Beth wasn't clear which one, and that's okay. And the pictures from the other account are also on this one. Okay, so before the district starts, your protest form indicates. Trying to find it.
It's incorrect,
Damage assessment.
incorrect damage assessment. And she's got handwritten in her code.
Scott,
Yes.
Scott, will you please put that on the screen, the protest form, so that Candy can see it?
Okay.
In this case, because nothing else is checked. There's your form that you turned in, Candy. This is what Scott, this Scott is talking about. You checked incorrect damage assessment rating or property qualified for a temporary disaster exemption, and then you wrote the word COVID.
Oh, because of the COVID epidemic, wasn't able to. um, Be able to, regulate or anything.
Okay, so, what is your intention in terms of what it is you're trying to protest? Is it the market value or the equity value of the property, or we're just not sure what you're protesting?
I don't know, that's my homestead,
Candy, just to be clear, you can't rent your homestead.
right?
So if you're saying that COVID kept you from renting it and it's your homestead, then we're crossing into areas that aren't real great.
Right,
Furthermore, the temporary damages exemption doesn't apply. COVID isn't a temporary damage exemption because this is for property.
value,
And so the way that works is the damage has to be to your property,
mhm,
not to your ability to make money on the property. It has to physically do something on your property. It has to hit it with something. Yeah, so that's the. COVID didn't damage property. It did damage your ability to make money on your property,
yeah, damage my.
income. And not property. That's a key thing. With this particular, it's called a 11-135. Follow me on that?
Yeah,
Okay, and you also mentioned, you said this was your homestead. But
Yeah,
did you just file it? Or?
well, I thought I filed it in my income taxes, and then my brother told me that that's not good enough, you have to go down to, the tax office and file
Okay.
it
You'll get
here.
over to that window right away.
Right, and so I did.
Okay.
And then they said, well, you can go back to yours, but I don't know what it means.
Scott, will you look in the account and see if there's a scanned file in there under exemption?
Sure.
Please. In account 3225.
There is one from May 16th.
I don't know what it means.
It means that you will have an exemption applied or denied. That's gonna happen if it hasn't happened yet.
It's requesting for 2021 and 22.
Yes.
Okay, so the homestead exemption, if we look at your appraised values, and so there are two things to be aware of. First thing that happens is your property gets appraised. And there's a value that's set from the market value of your property, and that includes both land element and what they call improvements, which is anything that sits on the land, like your house, or in the case you own part of you own a condo and that type of thing. Now, with a homestead exemption, there are a couple of requirements for homestead exemption. That has to be where you live. Your driver's license has to reflect that address and so on, which I'm since you have, the submission was in place, was entered. What the value of the homestead exemption does is it restricts the amount of that your appraisal can increase. That your assessment from your appraisal can increase. So that means,
Tax.
well, no, not yet. Sort of. If you were appraised at $100,000, just as an example, and the next year your appraisal was up to $200,000. Homestead exemption limits that amount of increase to 10%. So your assessed value, which is the value that's passed on for the purpose of tax, is going to be capped with $110,000.
You're approved for 2021 and 22. So just a matter of time. It's got to give us some time.
Yeah, excellent. So
It will come in
It goes
this
back
year.
2 years.
It's gonna
They go back 2 years.
It's gonna go
Yes.
back, yours is gonna be applied in 2021, 22.
right.
So.
So in this case, yeah, right. So this gets a little complicated and I'm not sure how we can deal with this. If you wanted to protest the market value increase of your property from between last year and this year. Last year it was appraised at 56,340. This year it's appraised at 96,380. That's a, you know, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong account.
Yeah.
Thank you. Last year it was 60,150. This year it's 90,620. Okay. Now, 10% of last year would be 6,015. So that means that your assessed value or the value that's passed on for the purpose of taxes is at a minimum going to be capped at 66,150. Yeah, 150 plus 15, right? So about 66,000.
That sounds good.
Okay. So
We can't, I mean,
the problem is since your homestead exemption is going to go back 2 years, we only have visibility, at least here at the moment, to this year's appraisal and last year's appraisal. We don't know what the prior years, 20 and 21, were appraised at and how they may be affected by your homestead exemption being applied. So if you are okay with the fact that your appraisal went to 90,000, but your assessment, in other words, what you're going to have to pay taxes on, is capped at 66,000, then we can probably cut to the chase on this hearing. We went through a lot. Does that confuse you or does it make
No, I'm
sense?
good on it now. I don't know, didn't know what-
Yeah, it can be confusing. A lot of people, don't have all the specifics and details.
It's
So-
my first property.
So what do we?
Well, what we're going to do is have a motion to keep the appraisal, value of what it is.
what it is. And homestead kicks in prior to when you have to pay your taxes, it will happen. You'll get, a different statement than the one you already have. You get something different from what says 90,000, it's going to have a different.
Okay. It's gonna be a good day.
Well, it's got a lot of time.
I'll be happy.
Okay.
So we're gonna leave the amount at 90,000. You have indicated what you were getting most testing anyway, but I think you straightened you out so you can, know that you're not gonna get taxed on that amount. In fact, far less than that amount.
Yep. The homestead is a good thing.
You want 65 yet, so when you are,
Mhm.
you can apply to that too.
I'm almost there.
Well, that will freeze your
I'm
taxes.
getting there.
Yeah.
That'll freeze your taxes, so we get there. Okay, so I'll make a motion. Case ID 2022-9. You get it?
We got a room full.
We just have a motion to
Oh.
close this one out.
Count 32252, which is 919 North Bolton Beach Road, apartment 206. In light of conversations regarding homesteads and other details regarding this property, the appraisal review board is going to leave the value as noted at $9,620.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, Candy.
Here.
Now you hurry up and wait for the paperwork.
My brother.
Okay.
Have a great day.
You too. Thank you, you too.
One all the way to each other. One is up facing the.
Tracy?
Maybe Jackson.
Will we do-
Yeah, Jackson. You know.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we'll get it in a second.
It is 70659.
That's on page 3, top of the page.
Right here.
I may not be able to do this. Which Myrtle are we?
That was the same.
That is, Myrtle Lane is our mailing address, not our physical address.
Okay.
Legal is Oakwood.
Oh, I'm okay, okay.
Okay.
Monkey draw. I mean, we're sorry.
Fair enough.
Okay, you are Stacy.
I am Katie, Kathleen,
You are Kathleen. Katie,
and I go by Katie.
it's okay if I call you that?
Yes, please.
All right.
Is that on answer, Kathleen?
Okay, I have some administrative stuff to run through before we get into the specifics, and you'll be asked in a moment to
Okay.
swear in on that. Beth will help you do that when we get to it.
Okay.
So we are commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-1408, account number 70659, 2205 Monkey Road in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's under protest.
Market equity.
Okay, market and equity values are under protest. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey, excuse me, regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form available here. There's also a copy that will be included in the determination package that you'll receive in the mail after the hearing that documents the results of the hearing. Survey is entirely voluntary, and we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the determination package that will be mailed to you to document the results. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So do we have all of your evidence that you're going to be referencing? Okay,
Yes.
excellent. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I am not communicating with a person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in at this time. Beth will help you do that.
Just I read out loud, I do.
Okay.
I just need to read that out.
Yes.
Okay, I do solemnly swear that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
And then state your name, please.
Kathleen Lane Jackson.
And Saturn.
I request you do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Katie, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No,
Okay, that's fine.
and I don't want one either.
We don't want you to have them.
Right in front of you is a chart that's hearing procedure time, how we're gonna run the meeting today. Take one or two forms, either you can go first or the district can go first in presentation. You both have equal amounts of time regardless of who goes first, but you get to make the choice of who presents first.
I'd rather just.
Okay.
Right, in 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, let me do something here. I haven't looked through your evidence, but I have a quick question. If we noticed, or sort of, we noticed you at 227. 227, 280. Are you familiar with that number?
Yes.
I think the notice, I think it should be 195 even. So I need to ask, and that's me changing your land value by about,
And decreasing the land value by roughly 50,
no, about 30.
by 30, okay.
If you're okay with that, then I don't just, I prefer to just go to that number. You don't have to be.
No, hang on, I'm thinking.
You're taking 30,000 off.
I'll go with it, yeah.
I'm okay with that, because that's just with the property that we own next door.
Next door, that's the reason.
2211.
That's the reason I'm doing it, is I'm combining those together. If you're okay with
And
that.
I'm okay with that, and we can call, if that's it, we can call it done right here.
Yeah, yes,
Because, when I talked to the gentleman for the informal,
uh-huh.
I sent a question back on
Okay.
2205,
Yeah,
because the paperwork didn't match like the other one did,
yeah,
and he never got back to me. So I went, okay.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I'm fine with that.
So,
The way all we made.
195.
and let me ask the property next to you, and if we could look on Picto real quick. And zoom out just a touch. So I'm guessing from the conversation that you own this property and house and the property next to it?
Next one down.
Next one
48,
down.
743 is also mine.
Okay. So, and what Ray did was consider those two together. You might want to consider, and it may require some discussion with the appraisal district, combining those two accounts. Because I noticed you also have a homestead exemption, and you only get the homestead exemption on that one that's shown here. You could get the homestead exemption across both of them by merging those two accounts.
My friend and I have talked about replatting, and we just haven't done it.
Doesn't even require replat.
Well, if I get 100% veteran disability, yes.
Okay.
But yeah, we've talked about it, and we just haven't pursued it because it hasn't been an issue.
Yeah, it just may keep because you do have a homestead cap that got in effect for this because of your homestead, and combining the two from an appraisal district standpoint, and you can have them both as separate, deeded, you can have them separately, okay?
Okay.
Aside from how the appraisal district is considering them together, all right? And later on, if you want to sell it or whatever you do. Okay, just
Okay.
something to consider.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that.
I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2022 1408, account 70659, which is 2205 Monkey Road in Rockport. Investment incorrect market value, median level. Information from the district. Its opinion of the appraisal review board to lower the current on the value of $227,028, $195,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, Katie,
That was easy, Katie. All right,
That's all right.
for the rest of your
I
day.
thought it was gonna go that fast. I'm like,
yeah,
See there?
okay,
It's a, you wanna take the survey.
hopefully not. We're, okay, for a good time, come to the appraisal review.
Okay.
all right, I would not do that.
Well,
We understand.
This
All right.
is, this is slightly better than being sitting at a city council meeting. Put it that way.
okay.
Although,
It's like, that's good.
yeah, no, I'm on city council.
Oh, my goodness, I know, I used to serve on one. It's fun, isn't it?
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you all so very much. I appreciate
All right.
getting to spend 5 minutes with you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
All right,
Yes.
next one, we got account number 65855.
1300, page 1300, you look at that, right?
We don't have any that, I didn't see that. We only make that.
Then he didn't bring it.
No.
What page?
Where are we? 6, 8. Okay.
On page 2 in.
Oh, yeah, sure is. Page 2,
bottom.
bottom.
It was.
So every page we hadn't looked at it.
Right.
I think we're ready anytime.
No evidence, darn.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Oh, let's get organized here. You James? Yes, sir. James, Jim? Jim, fine. Jim, okay, so I can tell you that. Yes, sir. And Jim, I have some administrative stuff to run through before we get into the specifics of your case.
Okay.
You'll be asked to swear in a moment, and Beth will help you do that when we get to that point.
All right.
We are commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-1300, account number 65855, which is Gator Circle in Aransas Path. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube, and
Chocolate online is marketing.
okay, market inequity are under protest. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using that form that is conveniently left there for you. There's also a copy that's included in the determination package that'll be mailed to you after this hearing to document the results. And information about how to take it or how to return it. You can also take it online. All that's at the top of the form. If the survey is entirely voluntary, however, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So you do not have any specific evidence that you're presenting?
No, sir.
Okay, fine. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Berger, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code, section 41.66F.
Okay, All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in at this point.
I do need that out, please.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. James Penfinger.
I request you to solemnly swear to affirm that this man shall present to the appraisal review board for the
Thank you.
Okay, Devin, you did ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisals Licensing and Certification Board. I do. Okay, good. Fine. There on your left hand is a chart that is the hearing procedure times and shows how we're going to run the hearing today. It takes one of two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who presents first. So you get to make the choice of who presents first.
I'm all right with the district.
Okay.
That's fine. 5 minutes. All right, does everybody know where we're at here? Gator Circle?
No,
Can you go back a little?
Yeah, Scott, if you can show what this is. This at one time was called Iron Gator, and now it's called Southern Oaks. I believe.
oh, okay,
So this is Aransas this way. That's the edge of the county right there, that diagonal line. That's where Aransas County and San Patricio meet, or somewhere in that area is where they.
I'm not sure where, so that's 35.
35
Yeah.
going to Aransas right here. There's a Dodge dealership now and Butter Churn and some movies.
Oh, okay, so we're back here.
This
Southern Oaks, yeah.
this is-
I didn't know that was back there.
So, to my knowledge, that I can remember, this is the first time we've ever had a hearing on Gator Circle.
It's an RV farm.
This is an RV park. But this is an RV park that you can buy a lot in. Yeah, so it's,
and build like a little casita or something, yeah.
and there's some options here. This place has options. So let's just look real quick. We get a tablet. It's crashing, but I got it back. Okay.
Put it up for you.
We have, we're gonna struggle here a little bit because there's not street addresses. When you look at that sales grid, it just says Gator Circle. You know, Sidus, Gator Circle. Everything says Gator Circle. But 65842 sold just land without the casita. Sold for $92,000 in December of 21. And in February of 22, 65844 sold for $85,000 for just land. And in January of 22, 65858 sold for $75,900, again, just for land. The median here, $94,000. Yeah, I'm just looking at. It's a very weird. That's fine. The grid didn't work correctly, but that's okay. We can move on. The median should have been. I'm not sure what happened. I mean, if you just think about this, it should have been way higher because in every one of these, there should have been more improvement value added on to them, and it didn't do it. I've never seen that before, but that's okay. Let's just, we are reporting a median of 94,000. And in equity, we're reporting a median of 99,000, staying in Gator Circle and comping the ones that have the small livable space. I don't believe it has a kitchen. I think it's like a living room type of thing. maybe a bathroom, but yeah, that's all I have.
So I'm confused, so are these RVs, is that?
The portion that we're addressing here is the area where they have sales lots. It's the back portion, the gated portion of the RV park. The park Boston LLC company came in and bought the park not too long ago. And they came in and where there was empty lots with just grass, they put in pads, electric and water. And they've started using the sales area as rental lots until they can sell the lots off. I will point out that on all of his properties up there in the previous slide and this one, the square footage of the lot was significantly higher for all the other ones than mine. You'll notice 3,300 square foot versus 5,000 versus 5,000. My lot is not as big as a lot of the lots in there. My lot's only 3,300 square foot. And my lot, because it's hard to explain, but my lot, that little county line that he drew for you earlier, that cuts through my lot. So I'm paying taxes in both Aransas and San Patricia.
See that.
So your lot would be bigger than 3,300 square feet, it's
The
just.
total lot is 4,000, that's correct.
It's just the other part of it's in San Patricia.
That's correct.
And they should not be valuing the building, all they should be valuing is the remaining land.
That is correct. But that building has been on the property since 2017. And the appraised value of the property up until last year was $58,000. Since 2017, the appraised value of that lot with the improvements has gone up over 400%. From the year to year, it went from 58,000 up to 104,000 with no improvements whatsoever to the property. That's an increase of 77% from one year to the next with no improvements being done on a lot that, for appraisal purposes, is only 3,300 square foot.
Can you want to explain improvements?
I mean, I can, just that.
He's saying no improvements have been made, like everybody else is doing, but
Improvement values change in Texas, whether or not anything improved, like done to it or not. Improvements just mean the land has been improved at some time. So the state calls a 40-year-old shed an improvement. And they will call it that forever because it's what they've written in their property tax code. So they can't back out of it now. So everything's an improvement, whether or not you did, you know, your house could have been, half of it fell to the ground and the state would say that's an improvement. And then we're like arguing the definition of the word improvement, whereas everybody else in Texas uses the word improved different than the state does. And so it can be, you know, I think one of the things here that's kind of crazy is that if someone paid $92,000, $85,000, and $75,000 just for land, what would they pay you for land and the building?
I can't answer that.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't answer that.
I would doubt they would pay you less than someone's willing to pay for the land. I would doubt that someone would, or I mean, that thing may be worth, I don't know what it's worth. $200,000?
You got it. Write a check. You can have it.
I wouldn't be surprised to see one of those transacts like that, though, if people are out there paying that much for just the land.
Well, the issue really, I mean, when you have a lot like that with a casita,
Yes,
they don't sell as readily as just an empty lot.
because they're worth more.
Well, that's probably the case, but my argument is for 5 years, the lot's been appraised for under 60,000.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, it's jumping up to 105,000. So we have a 77% increase year over year. And again, whatever the state wants to refer to as an improvement, there's been nothing done to the property in 5 years, not a thing. They haven't had an irrigation system added. It hasn't had new plumbing or new sewage added. It hasn't had anything done. And if the value was true to be what it is right now, it should have gone up 5 years ago conceivably. Now, all of a sudden, because the county is strapped for revenues, they're going to start jacking appraisal values up to gain lost revenues. They need revenues, and the only way to get it is to artificially inflate the value of property. They can't get the tax rate increase because you'd have to come to us for a vote, you wouldn't get it. So the only way to get the additional money is to try to jack appraisal values.
That's one story. I mean, it's a, you know, it's a mean-spirited story towards the people who work here. And some people would say that if you work here, you just have to hear it and put up with it. You know, you gotta let people say mean things about you, however they want to say them. And I'll give you some kudos, at least you're saying them face to face. A lot of people don't. They'll say it on the phone and then they'll come in here and they'll really back down. But since we're face to face, there is one other story. And that is, there's 3 sales in 21, all over $75,000 on your street just for land. That's the different story. So it could be that the people in this office raise your value because people are paying more for it. Or it could be that the people in this office are somehow working with the city and county officials to raise people's properties incorrectly so that the county can buy more trucks. And the people that work here are willing to do that to the other citizens in town, and they're willing to do that to themselves. Because everybody in here had their value go up. Everybody. And so everybody in this county had their value go up.
Yeah, I don't.
Everybody in the state had their value go up.
I don't think anybody would protest to their value of their property increasing year over year.
Yeah.
I think it's absurd that it goes up 80% from one year to the next.
Yeah, and the limitation for that in the property tax code is a homestead. The homestead is what keeps that from happening. And so yours went up 80%. There's people who's went up twice, 3 times that much. And there's no protection without a homestead. There's no way hypothetically to say if somebody in my little situation here where I said, somebody comes in here and pays $200,000 for one of these things next year with the little casita thing on there. There's no break for you. There's no tool you have to deal with that happening. Because the appraisal district is then going to raise again. And without a homestead in place, you're going to double in 1 year. Because we're gonna use that data point. It's our job to do it.
So the value that was assessed for market value of the improvements, i.e. the casita,
Yeah,
that went up less than 10%.
right, because
The
it's
land value went up
We have land
80%. My land, again, is only 3,300 square foot versus the 5,000 that you're trying to compare it to. That's almost 1.5
The
times.
comparisons are done, and you go back to the sales grid. I'm sorry, I shouldn't.
It's okay. I mean, we're adjusting them for that.
Yeah, and that's not obvious, it may not be obvious, because anytime you have a subject and you're trying to compare it to other things, you gotta account for differences.
Do you see the land square footage and then underneath that land value adjusted? They've taken 17,000 off.
Oh, that's why that's why the grid is funny. It's
So-
actually working right. Remember how I
Because he's
said,
got land back.
remember how I said it should be adding more in? It is adding it in. It's just subtracting the land difference.
Yes. So the adjustments that are being made, in particular the land, to be able to compare yours at 3,396 square feet
Yeah,
to a comp that has 5,000 square feet, you got to take the comp's value and subtract value from it. And that's where it shows that to get from 3,396 to 5,000, you got to take 17,000 off the comp's value of land.
To make it equal to you.
So that way you can do apples and apples comparisons, okay? So this
Same thing,
becomes,
The next one's the same thing, as you'll see, negative adjustment. If that lot was smaller than yours, then it would be a plus adjustment.
and the same thing is true with the fact that you have the casita and these others don't, because they're just land. You can see it's adding in the value of the effective equivalence of your casita, main area and porch, so that you can treat that comp one as the same size lot, with the same improvements of the casita. And that's how we do these comparisons, okay? Now, the other point, and Ray alluded to it, and it may not have been totally clear. In many respects, our hands are tied because the Texas tax code says properties need to be assessed or need to be appraised at market value. And market value is primarily driven from sales.
Which is what you keep showing in terms of.
So we have a value of 94.11.
Well, that's what I was gonna say, make sure we
111.
pay attention that both of our grids.
Right.
reported a lower value.
Yeah, I want to point out too that
And I'm gonna agree with that.
under our equity grid, we had a sales grid and an equity grid. I'll represent to you. The equity grid shows that they have overappraised, overassessed your property. It's should be 99,000, not 104,880.
I'm gonna say
But
94,000.
the sales grid says 94.
No,
Oh, I'm sorry,
yeah,
not
94.11.
94,000 people, so it would reduce just based on his statistics and what we're looking at. There is a reduction called for the property down to 94,000, so it's basically $10,000 reduction.
Yeah, that. I believe when I filed the initial protest, I got a offer in the mail of 94,000.
Okay.
That's exactly what we're going with. That's exactly what we're going
I agree with that.
So we've kind of cut
with.
into
We've gone back and forth
different
there.
presentations here. If you have anything else,
No.
Anything else you want to add?
No, I just want to tell this young man here, I appreciate your honesty and your forthrightness.
Yeah.
I didn't come in here to try to lowball the county in any way, shape or form. I just, I'm a veteran. I have a primary residence up in Kendall County. This is just a getaway. Yeah, and I got alarmed when I got this tax bill
Yeah,
and the appraised value almost doubled.
yeah.
Because I've watched it go up gradually over 5 years, a small percentage, and then all of a sudden this year, it leaped.
The whole, all of Rockport, we do, sales here are incredible, way over the asking prices and everything.
The way this is kind of protracted, but in my experience, I'm just giving you like a heads up, in my experience here, with 3 land sales like that in there, we're just at the tip of the iceberg for Southern Oaks. It's sort of like it was asleep and no one knew about it. There's no transactions out there. It's a hidden gem. And then 3 things happen in a year. I would say this isn't the end of Southern Oaks values changing at this point. That's typically the way this works. It's almost like the market got woke up and now other people are going to find out that it's sold, and like it starts causing this ripple effect. That's the way it seems from my perspective.
Well, maybe in a couple of years when I retire, I'll sell my house in
Yeah,
Kendall
it's
County,
really
I'll sell my place in Southern Oaks,
Yeah.
and I'll buy a house in Rockport.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion for this, okay, with that.
Right.
Case ID 2022-1300, account 65855, which is Theater Circle on Pass. Based on evidence presented by the district, shows that our own sales figures in that area are incorrect for this property, so it's going to be reduced from 104,880 to 94,000.
I second.
Even, okay,
And we'll do it.
I just need.
okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, Jim, you understand the new value? The new appraised value, 94,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and hopefully, we had a lot of
Watch
discussion,
out for
but
the future.
yeah.
We may see you again next year.
As a military veteran, you're not,
I'm only at 30% disabled, so I don't qualify for.
but you have it in Kendall.
Yes,
You have the 30% applied in Kendall County.
yes.
But-
Well, I don't have it applied to anything.
But you
I just got the VA disability approval last
Recent.
summer. Yeah.
Well, you can, like that, the 30% comes with an exemption that you can apply to Kendall, to your homestead.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I have yet to do that.
And make sure your homestead too.
It is homestead.
I don't think you can apply the DV to a second residence. You can at the 100% and at the next one, but I'm not sure if the 30% allows it.
No, 30% don't get you much of anything.
But it's worth applying to Kendall, because it will be like an additional reduction in assess.
Well, my disability rating's gonna go up. I'm still in the middle of fighting with the VA.
Yeah, play night shoots.
Great, ain't they?
Thanks for your service.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right, thank you very much for listening to my whining.
I'm gonna take your, the survey.
Sure will.
All right,
Thank you all. Y'all have a good day.
thank you. Bye-bye.
I've driven by that.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I've seen the RV
I have
park
a
in
friend
front.
who lived there. Who lived, they built, their house was destroyed and all of it, and so they built one of those out.
Okay, case 1750. Now. 20714. Yeah.
It's on page 3, middle of the page, 20714. Donny Drive. I don't know.
We're ready. Thank you.
Yeah, you do.
Which page is this on?
3.
Now back under the table.
Well. Okay, we have Christopher, is it Chris or Christopher?
Yeah, I got my Chris.
Okay, okay, let's play that.
Sure.
And Gail.
Yes.
All right. I have some administrative stuff to go through. I think you've been through this before. So it should sound a little familiar. We are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-1750. Account number 20714, 209 Downing Drive in Rockport. The hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify exactly what's in the protest. Market and equity are under protest. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the form that is conveniently there in front of you, or there's also a copy that's included in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing to document the results. You can take it online as well, and information about how to do that is at the top of the form. Survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So we have everything that you plan on referencing during the hearing in terms of evidence.
Yes, that I'm submitting We never received an evidence packet from the appraisal district. I did bring along last year's evidence packet that I had, it's right there.
Okay,
And
Was for our reference that we didn't get one this year.
all right, so we can make sure that you get a copy. Do you think you need that or want it before we go into your hearing day? And everything that the district will present is, that will be displayed on the screen. Well, who's this?
that's some of mine evidence.
Oh,
Picture, some picture evidence.
two,
That's the foundation.
hang on one second, please.
She's checking, I believe, to see what happened with your. evidence and-
Okay,
Sure that the right address.
did you bring like a thumb drive or something?
There's 2 discs.
Oh, okay, because we don't have it on our tablets and that's okay. I just want to see how he was
Yeah.
lucky enough to have it and we weren't. I feel slighted. Okay, so, okay, so we have your evidence, and do you feel you need the district's evidence before we proceed, or?
I feel like we could be possibly at a bit of a disadvantage, not knowing whether he's gonna argue, but I think we could probably do fairly well.
And everything he talks about will be on the screen.
Okay,
So if you find it's a problem, we can.
okay.
All right, the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with this person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Katie Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and I need to wait for Beth to come in because she is going to notarize your. Okay,
There you go. And it was held with notice.
so we'll ask you to swear in at this time. Beth will help you do that.
Each one of y'all are gonna be reading the statement out loud that starts with I do.
I do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Christopher Baker.
Okay, sign in front.
I, Gail Baker, do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I, Rick Leslie, do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, Chris and Gail, I need to ask whether or not either of you hold a license or certificate on the appraisal for the licensing and certification. Okay. Under the,
It's okay.
you want to take a break to get it, or?
No, it's fine.
All right.
Sure.
We don't care, Chris, you can get it.
You can get it, yeah.
Let me grab it real
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
You little caffeine.
people are worried about somebody actually spilling it or.
quick. I work night shift, so anything before noon, I need to stay.
Okay, on your left hand, there is a chart that's the hearing procedure times. If you remember last year, I think you said you were in here, the,
Yes.
takes two forms, either you can present first or the district presents first. Excuse me, and you both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first, but you get to make the choice of who presents first.
Well, I'm gonna present first.
Okay.
The district wins.
Sorry?
We waive, we're not going, we're not going to say,
Okay,
I'm not gonna present anything.
not going to present any evidence.
okay.
And, Chris and Gail, you can present your evidence.
Okay, so, Nothing's changed with our property except for, as some of you may know, we've been involved in a really nasty lawsuit over the past 4 years concerning the issues with the property. That's, been concluded, presented, some evidence, that showed the timeline of that. And we were not successful in, getting any kind of a remedy. So, we're not able to make the repairs necessary to the property. Also listed in the evidence is, the structural foundation, engineering reports that were done showing that, there's serious foundation issues with the property. There's a, as you can see that some of the pictures that I took, earlier this year. This is a result of art.
No,
No, this is the result of, poor marksmanship, basically.
apparently the property kind of sits a little bit in the bowl anyway, so there are drainage issues that also were not caught beforehand. It gets really, really damp underneath and everything, and the foundation, the main part of the structure, basically, the wood is sheeting off, and we did not know this, it was not caught by the inspector, et cetera,
Right.
before we closed on the house, but initially, it's
And
gotten
you can
worse.
see that with that stuff dangling down, that's actually pieces of subflooring.
Yeah,
That's,
and
where it's swollen and separated and it's sheeting down.
it has gotten worse to the point that the foundation, obviously keeps deteriorating. And like when you walk into our front door through our front entryway, in the middle of it, we've got a register there, but it's all the tiles throughout the house has now cracked to the point that a lot of it is sheeting off in stuff. And I mean, it just looks like huge spider webs, and all the grout has popped loose. Anyway, we're going through this through the entire house. But the front entryway, when you walk in, it's very soft, and there is a spot that falls.
Yeah,
And seeing that centering, the very top portion of all that spidering, if you look, you'll see an indentation in there. That's where literally, if you step on that, you're about to go through the floor. That's the whole main area of that house is getting softer and softer because and unfortunately, the quotes from 2018, when this was done, because that's underneath this rug here, when you come in through our front entryway. You can look,
and this is the
this
bathroom
is the
that's
front back,
directly
it's doing the
across.
same thing underneath rugs, it's worse.
Um,
The kitchen.
I didn't think to grab the picture, but that sink is tilted forward to the point to where it won't drain fully.
Yeah,
It
and
pulls in the front end of the sink. You can't even go down the
you look
drain.
from our living room into the kitchen, you can see the floor does this. And it actually leans this way. You can see our refrigerator even tilts a little bit. It's just, there's just no fixing it without the entire foundation. And the estimates that we got back in 2018,
I believe it was 285,000.
they told us we would be better off tearing it down
Yeah,
and starting
rebuild
over. It's been that house has been added on to several different times in different ways, et cetera. And building costs, of course, we all know what's happened to that, even if we were to just try to jack it up and try
I
to.
also included, in there, we filed a complaint with the real estate commission against the inspector, and they found him liable.
They
Yes,
just find
yeah,
out.
that finding is under the TREC folder. The signature inspections.
Okay, I mean, we can go through all this if you'd like. I don't want to put you off, but at the same time, to me, it clearly demonstrated there's really been no changes, in fact, even get a little worse.
Yeah,
Right.
So my initial suggestion is we go back to last year's.
Still need to go through the hearing, I have stuff to say.
Okay.
You still have some time.
Yeah, you still have some additional time if you want.
Okay. So, my point is, and I think I know what the gentleman's gonna argue is that, there's, the house is livable, therefore it has, a certain amount of value that's probably more than, what's stated in conversations I've had on the phone with them. You know, he had stated that, and that they're gonna continue to push this issue annually until they get what they feel is a fair market price. You know, to me, and I don't know, I don't think anybody's intentionally trying to harass me, but it seems like harassment. We keep going through this year after year. And I can't do anything about it. I mean, I had to take 2 days off of work. You know, I get paid by the hour. If I'm not working, I'm not getting paid.
Is it your intention to try and repair this house or just vote it?
We don't have a choice but to live in.
We don't, yeah, we have a mortgage that we can't afford to pay that and
And-
somewhere else, but at this moment,
We
we
can't.
also can't afford,
To sell it because we will.
we can't
Yeah.
sell it without disclosing everything, and it's not gonna sell for anywhere near what we owe on it, and we can't. Right now, we can't afford to repair it, honestly, we're talking the amount, it's not like we could just take out a $20,000 loan and even fix the foundation, because that's not even gonna touch it. And
The lawsuit said.
well, we went through that. The problem is we had very inept attorneys, unfortunately, and after 4.5 years of fighting, or 4 years plus fighting with them and going round and round,
We paid $20,000 in attorney's fees,
$20,000.
somewhere right in there.
And they decided,
We got $35,000 in settlements. But we had to settle ourselves for the last part of it because our attorneys messed it up so bad. I want
We
to
couldn't
pay
even-
12,000 of that back.
we couldn't even get
So-
another attorney to touch it.
Yeah.
We tried we went, I don't know how many attorneys we've contacted
They said
because
they
of how
messed it
badly
up
they
so
had
bad.
messed the
They didn't do that yet. Wow. They screwed it up so bad. There's no recovery from
All right, Lynn.
Yes, Chris is partly right in what he's saying. The district's opinion on stuff like this, for example, is last year, the review board put up the number of $50,000 on it. So to be clear, what I said to the bakers was that if the review board is gonna do that, then the appraisal district has a certain amount of responsibility, not to the bakers, but to the general community to deal with that annually. Because $50,000 for 2,000 square foot house that's homesteaded requires us to be able to explain that when other people come in and point and say, there's a 2,000 square foot house for $50,000. Then we have to be able to have an explanation for that. And our explanation is going to be, that's not our decision. That's the review board's decision. That's a Band-Aid. And I think I even told the bakers that if they wanted that, they need to come. And that it was my opinion that more than likely the review board was going to go right back to that number. That's a very different number than appraisal. In appraisal, you code an account, is what you do. And so in appraisal, if we coded this account, I would code this account at 55% physical, which is just right above the 50% number where I would feel like the homestead stays in play without more problems for the bakers. The homestead stays there, 55% is roughly $115,000 in total value. We would put that in the account permanently with notes. And I just want to be very clear here. That's the way an appraisal district would do it. An appraiser would do it. That's not the way that a review board would do it. These are two different things dealing with a very serious problem, but there's two different ways to do it. In one way, the bakers do have to come in here every year. That's what you end up having to do. And in the other way, there's more of like an agreement with us where we just simply agree, but the number's different. It's significantly different. It's $65,000 different, which is gonna equate to, gosh, probably a little over $1,000 in taxes. So it is a big difference. Of all the things that they have to deal with, this is my least favorite protest of the year. And I don't have a fix. I don't have a fix for it other than I want everybody on this board to understand that it seems like sometimes we have a responsibility to the bakers to alleviate this. But the truth is, we have a responsibility to everybody. And so we also have a responsibility to deal with people who point and say, what are y'all doing with this house? This really ticks me off. I got 2,000 square feet and I'm valued at $200,000 and I have problems too. Here's pictures of my rotten wood and my garage is falling down and I had a possum in my house. And we're sitting here going, we understand, but you don't understand this problem. So it's correct for us to say that $50,000 is not our decision. No, that's a very important thing in the big picture. So I appreciate having a little bit of time there. I did not present evidence. I did not present evidence on purpose. So that's all I have.
I have a question for you though. When you were talking about the amount that you placed on the house, what would that accomplish?
It would just lower their value. We would put 55% on it as a physical. We would put notes in the account that speak to, we're putting this physical on here for a very serious reason. And
How does that benefit them?
it lowers their value.
And then it stays.
And then when notices come out the next year, they get to make a decision that says, can we live with 115? Because we know we can't live with 178. We know we can't live with that. But as it is right now, if your number could be 50, we protest.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's $1,000.
It's, I assume we can do both, right? I mean, the ARB can make it, you guys can put.
We
Code
could,
the
we could,
account.
we could put some notes in.
Yeah.
We could put some notes in and I don't have a problem going that route, but you have to understand too, that like, if we go that route and all it does is result in further protests, then why do it? Because we're protesting anyways. And then you end up with this weird thing about, is it repaired? Is it not repaired? Do we catch it when there's a dumpster in front? I don't think it's gonna be repaired.
Right.
I don't think so.
And I'm not hung up on getting the value of the system changed as much as there can be some more information, notes in the account, because, you know,
Well, I don't understand what the problem is with them coming in every day.
well, there is a burden, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I will,
It's stressful. It's stressful to do this every year. It's annoying. Every time you get your notice, you're reminded of your problem that you have. It's
And I
not-
can't go back there and dig up all the evidence over again.
Right.
I even asked, you know,
We
the
put it
pictures,
in front.
the pictures, and I think, last year's notice was the only thing that we submitted this time that hadn't been submitted the last two times.
right,
But we're not allowed to have access to previously submitted evidence.
It's archived somewhere else.
Yeah.
So
That's why we put it on a disk this time instead of on a thumb drive. The
Right.
disk is cheaper.
right, okay, so, and I will offer, for what it's worth, there are 3 options for coming to the appraisal review board. You can come in person,
Okay.
you can do it by telephone or video conference if you so chose, okay? Or you can just submit an affidavit with, and basically it's just everything on paper that you've kind of talked about. Now, the first 2 options are probably the most reasonable for you because it'll give you a better sense that you're being heard.
Well, but he still has to take time off, he's gonna Zoom it, you know.
It may be, you know, it may be a little less onerous than having to take, I don't know, okay, I don't know your specific situation. So I'll offer those, just keep those in mind as you go for, as we go into the future.
We also at least do one or sometimes two Saturdays. Which may
That's
be
true, and you can
better
request
for-
that.
He works a 4-2 rotating schedule,
Oh, yeah,
and he works, basically, he leaves the house at like 3:30 in the afternoon, and could be 7, 8 o'clock in the morning before he gets back home, so it's a long shift.
Let me have a second, one more second. This is pretty wild. This is a pretty wild thing to think about. But you have someone who's turned over in their so they have a mortgage and they can't sell their house to handle the mortgage. They can't pay their mortgage off if they sell their house. They have a car, let's say. They have this car, this would be less personal. You have a car and your note is more than you can sell this thing for. It doesn't make this thing worth less. This is just your problem. And that's the weird thing is pending bankruptcy or whatever it is, doesn't devalue the object. And that's why appraisers are annoying. It's because they know that. They understand that. And so we always hear stuff like this, but the object's not devalued. It's just that.
I don't think we're arguing that it has no value. I think we're arguing that it's less value than what you say.
I don't agree. I don't necessarily agree with all that you said. Okay, because you guys, the appraisers, have to appraise at market value, which is what somebody, a reasonable person, would pay for a house for this property, given the fact it's listed and disclosed and all that kind of stuff. Now, if you believe that, I don't know what the number was that you had noodled on,
150.
well, but that was including land, okay? And for whatever the value is of the improvements, I don't know that they could in fact sell it for that. And that in turn implies that the market value is something less. I understand all that's being said, and I don't want to cut anybody short. You have a question or a point that you're trying to
I
make.
have something that I'm gonna say. If we take the land value and you add it to the 50,000 that we had last year, we have 92,000.
The 50,000 last year was 42,000 of land.
$8,000.
It was 8,000 on the improvement.
But this year is the 42,000
No, yeah, on the land.
on the land.
I mean, I think the big discussion here is what is the value that we're going to put on the improvement? And I agree.
I don't, we're both real.
Yeah, that's disclosure, that's like.
I'm a little, they've got a lawsuit, I understand the inspection, what happened with that.
Did you buy this used?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, it was,
But we also,
we're not even sure that the building is correct.
they told us it was built in 96, 97, but estimates in the engineering reports, the main part of the house. He said the flooring, subflooring, the way it's done in our settlement code since the 60s. We pulled deed,
We
by
put,
permit,
building permits,
The
and
porch
the
was
front
built-
porch in the garage is actually built in 1960. The front porch is attached to the house. Yes.
We are, but it's not true.
So what do we, we can go back to this.
Considering all the things Ray said, I get that.
Mm,
I get it's an issue for them to have to come in every year or alternative for that. So I'm still at the 50 because to me, that house is. like-
Which is 8,000, we had 42 months.
So you taking 8,000 in,
Basically what it was like. Not basically, whatever.
But you still have the option of going to them and saying, okay, we're gonna take, is that true? They can come to you and
I just
say,
don't think there's any reason that they should. If the board will always just keep going to that this is an $8,000 house, then they should just keep coming in here and doing this every year until.
It's annoying, I understand.
let's say maybe they'll get some, I mean, there's a pending lawsuit, you said, maybe
I know, is it horrible sometimes that we sit there and think, well, maybe in a hurricane, something like should take it out this time, we have insurance.
With the arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a boggle my mind, is it actually survived hurricane?
Yeah, that's the worst part of it. It's like of everything else that even just a mile down the road, the damage, because our rental home, we were actually supposed to close on this house the day Harvey hit, but we were renting a house a mile down the road that we didn't have any idea was in a flood. We wouldn't think it would have been a problem, and it got storm surged. I mean, it's crazy.
Where is this property?
On 1069, kind of across
I
from,
think our house. Right.
No, this house.
This is on a Don Drive, it's.
right across 1069, this way from the Live Oak Elementary School.
Yeah.
Okay, it's right on. Right.
That way we'll get-
Yeah, so I'll go, I'll do the last year's back. Yeah.
I will add that you guys misunderstood the whole point of what I said, which was a little bit frustrating, but that's okay.
I think I understood.
I don't think so, not from Scott's response, it was a misunderstanding. And I think I would like the bakers to know that I'm on y'all side. Sometimes it may not seem like it, but I'm on y'all side in this thing. What the point that I was trying to make that I think was misunderstood is that it's not easy to divide problems from value. That's a very difficult thing to do. And even about what you can get or what you can list it for and all that kind of stuff, that had nothing to do with what I was saying. I was saying it's difficult to deal with problems. And because of that, the review board could be your best option, no matter what the appraisal district does with this. Because there's not a way to truly quantify your problems. Not what the houses were, it's the problems. They're very different. They are very different. Because I can show you houses that are damaged that sell for over $100,000 that I think should be torn down. But those people probably don't have the mortgage problem y'all have. That's the difference.
Yeah.
If you own this thing outright, you guys would be gone. Somebody else would own that thing.
Yeah.
They'd have paid you cash for it.
Have you thought about listing or trying to list or, I mean, no, not an option.
No, I can guarantee you, we know.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
That's the opening up of the stress press right there, right? Now you're seeing yourself in court.
Yeah.
And we'll see.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll do that.
Count 20714, which is 209 Diamond Drive, and addressing incorrect market and equity value. It's the opinion of the review board that the currently noted value of $178,940 be reduced to $50,000.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
We'll see you next year.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
I wish there was more to go off of the.
But I thought I could get 179,000 for it. I'd take out a loan for the rest of it and run.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate.
Well,
You know, like Travis is a former real estate agent, oh, you know. I'll feel for you, those inspections.
I know, and when we specifically ask these questions, you know,
He lied straight to our face.
about whether he went under the house and then.
I didn't happen to be there for the inspection.
you know,
She was. I got there right as she was sending the paperwork and I asked her, did you inspect the house? Did you go under the house? Oh, yeah. Yes. And then when I found out he didn't, I called him, I reported the phone call. And said, oh, well, I didn't go under the house because the 18 inches.
Yeah,
They found that,
you can get there.
yeah.
Well, good luck and we'll probably see you if you take one of
Thank
these.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you got a house full today, huh?
Houseboat?
House full.
Oh, house full. Well, I'm sure. I tell you. Oh, thank you.
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
So I have a question, how you wanna handle this? We have an affidavit only that is for the 8:30. We are now into our 10. We do have one person who showed up
For 8:30?
for 10.
Oh.
If you wanna do her first, then we can do the affidavit, if that's okay with y'all.
Whatever.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, what is the affidavit?
No, we're gonna do the in-person first.
The only 10 o'clock.
So far, yeah.
10 o'clock. And that's,
Yeah, we do have, I think, a couple more affidavits.
what
Yeah,
number?
that's fine.
Okay. This one is 15958. Case number 1847.
Page 6. Middle of the page. Where it's on. Yeah, page 6, middle of the page. On your wall.
What, a new one?
Yeah, 15958. 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, both of them.
I think we're ready.
Okay. Yeah. This is from the last one.
Oh. Put that in the sink.
You can move over. No.
Good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is.
Whatever time it is.
Good morning. So, good morning.
You want you to go ahead and sign, Brent. In a little bit, I'll let you know when you're gonna be reading that out loud. and I'll walk you through it.
So I'm gonna sign it first.
We'll get to it in a second.
Do you want to read?
Or you can.
Yeah. Get started, I'll just let Ray know that we are.
Okay. Laura?
I'm here for my dad, Robert Lauer.
Okay. Okay, if I call you Laura?
Yes.
You don't need to call me, sir.
Oh, come on.
It's a song by,
But I'm close to your age anyway.
You can call me Ray.
Right.
Okay, you can call me. All right.
That's just somebody has brought up.
all signs.
All right, so I have some administrative stuff to run through, and then we'll get into the specifics of your case. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1847. With count number 15958, which is 727 Coconut Cove Road. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify exactly what's in the protest. It's a market.
I'm sorry, market. Market equity.
Market value and equity is under protest. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. And in this hearing, the survey may be completed using that form that's over there underneath there you go.
Okay.
There's also be a copy of it included in the determination package that, you'll receive in the mail after the hearing. And you can in fact take it online, and information about how to do all that and how to return it is at the top of the form. The information, the survey itself is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And do we have you submitted all the evidence that you're going to be?
I have not submitted any evidence. I'm using what y'all sent my father.
Okay,
Um,
so it's the district's evidence.
Right.
That you sent, okay,
right. I just received it yesterday from my father because, it went in the mail, went to him to San Antonio, and I just got it yesterday.
Okay.
So I went over it.
Okay.
And I just kind of highlighted a couple of things on it.
all right. So as the district presents their evidence as well, all of that will be displayed up on the screen.
Okay,
And if we need to refer back to any of that information, we can do that.
okay.
The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.6.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. And you'll be asked to swear in at this time.
Now let's see that statement out loud.
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Can you state your name, please?
Laura Walker.
Thank you.
Are we?
And Ray, we're up to you.
I read that's when you saw me for the testimony. Yeah, you board for the Aransas County Appraisal District.
And just so you know, the four of us around the table are the review board, the appraisal review board. Ray Presley at the end. Also the district and all of the technology. I need to ask you whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, sir.
Okay. That's
No
fine.
way.
Underneath the survey form is a chart that's the hearing procedure times. That's how we're going to run the hearing today, and it takes two forms. One is if you present first, the other is if the district presents. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first. You get to make the choice of who you would like to present first.
Y'all can go first.
Okay.
All right, we're in Copano Cove. We're on Copano Cove Road. If you could bring the picture up, Scott, please. So that's where we're at. Go ahead and zoom out a little bit. We got there. We're getting close to the end of Copano Cove Road.
Right.
And
just so you know, I'm the property on 725 Coconut Cove. I did not protest anything.
and your dad is, this is your dad's account?
So you're basically across the street from him.
I'm next door to his property. It's just a piece of land, and then he has another property across the street that we did not protest.
Okay, and you're on the, where are you? at?
I'm 15959.
You're there, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you didn't protest?
no,
Okay, you were okay with it?
yeah, I was okay.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so we need to just look at some sales. I figure this out.
Yes, I kind of did too.
All right, let me,
He has his time.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
yeah, and then I'm gonna be really fast. Because our sales are in Copano Cove. In Sell on Copano Cove Road, on Speckle Trail, on Copano Cove Road, and on Ball and Canvasback. Those are the sales. There's 5 of them in here. They have a weighted square footage value of $11.16. We're currently valuing the property at $12. per square foot, so you'll notice that we believe we are high on the property, and the correct number should be 155. In equity, we're staying pretty close here on Copano Cove Road, and just showing that, once you balance out the differences in the land square footage, the value should be 166.7, but our reported value that we're thinking now is 155. That's all I have.
Now it's my turn? Okay. I did look at those property values and, I kind of feel like, the one on Ball Street, I'm not exactly sure where that is in Copano Cove, but is that waterfront or canal? The other ones appear to be waterfront and, well, canal properties. I don't know about Canvasback. As a matter of fact, I don't think Canvasback is. But I think that, if it's canal property, then that's what we need to look at to compare apples to apples. I agree with the 155 because of what you found, based on the acreage and the square footage. I believe it should be closer to the one, I think it should be 155 rather than 160. Of course, we like 166. I mean, it looks good, but,
So you agree with it then?
I agree with the 155.
We can stop right now.
Yep.
All right, case ID 2022-2047, count 15958, which is 727 Copano Cove Road. Addressing, market equity value, the district's own information, the current owner value of 166,700 should be lowered to 155,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes this hearing. I just wanted to point out something because I noticed you looking at some of the evidence. And just in case you ever go through this again, this report is called the sales ratio report.
Okay.
And what that is used for is, since comps, both sales and equity are on a smaller selection between a subject and a couple of properties. Within a wider area, like all of Copano Cove, there is a desire to get a sense that the appraisal district's appraised values are in line with what things are selling for.
Right.
Okay, so all of those entries in the sales ratio report, it's not meant to be comparables or comps to your property or house or whatever the case might be. But at the end of the report, it says, we look at all of the things that are sold within that area. It is, there's a certain ratio, and we're trying to get as close to 1.
Okay.
Okay, which should give the district or you as a property owner a warm fuzzy feeling that the district is not wildly appraising things above or below what they're selling.
Right.
So
I think
that's the
that's-
only,
That's good.
yeah, and that's why I wanted to, because lots of times people look at the sales ratio report and they say, well, that's in your report, but it's nowhere comparable to my property, and it was not, it's never intended to be.
No, you see, like I did do that.
Yeah.
So I looked at the footage, and I looked at the land value, and I looked at the
Yeah,
and that's where I saw a little bit.
okay,
Just
a little bit of wiggle room. There.
Right.
Yes, I understand.
Plus, I know this past year, everything has gone skyrocket.
Yeah.
And, hey, that's great for anybody that's ready to sell right now, but, in the grand scheme of things, the ones that aren't are sitting there going, wait a minute.
Okay. So
And we
I just,
understand that we're all from here.
Yes, I do understand. I saw where, you get to, be a volunteer to be here, sort of. So thank you very much for y'all doing this for the rest of us, because we need somebody that's on, more of our side.
That's right. That's the way it works.
Thank you. Give us a survey form if you'd like to take that with you.
Yes,
See
I
what
sure
I
will.
read you.
I'll be back in office for my property.
We'll be here.
Yeah,
Couldn't get it all at the same time.
Mm,
No, I guess not. I just turned both of them in and I waited for a day.
We typically do that. That we may not have connected the dots.
No, did not. I mean, when I dropped them off at the same time, but I didn't ask for it to be on the same day.
Yeah.
I just left it to be.
Different names,
Well, if
yeah.
you do this again,
Yeah.
tell them.
Put it
it's
together?
connected, Yeah.
I do, are we off of being recorded?
No,
we're
we're always, it's about to go.
I do have, can I raise a question about another property in an area that has nothing to do with my property?
No, you cannot.
Generally, no.
Sorry.
Something for y'all to look at that's not being seen?
No, sorry.
And the problem is if it's potentially, if it is, or even potentially gonna come up at the hearing. we can't.
I guarantee you it won't.
Doesn't make.
Doesn't, yeah, we did discuss.
Yeah.
When can
You can protest and.
I? Somebody else's property?
No,
No,
They have to.
they have.
Oh, no, they're not. They're not. I mean, that's the whole issue. I'm just trying to figure out what the rest of us in the neighborhood can do.
Sorry.
sorry. Oh, y'all were fickle, we were good and we weren't.
If you all knew, you know, besides this meeting, you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, then.
Next,
Okay, on the 8:30 docket is,
is this the affidavit?
yeah, I think it's gonna be an affidavit. Case 154, 42592 is the now.
425, oh, the first page. I mean, top of the page, page 1.
Okay. Evidently, we're gonna take a little break.
Evidently, there was a meeting when we're.
So this is the affidavit?
Yeah. I have a question.
Oh,
I have a lady that's on the 10 o'clock, Ray. She was under the assumption that you were gonna call her. She was a phone call. She called in, so that she was apologized or whatever. She didn't know it was too late. So I told her I'd bring it to your attention and y'all could say. She didn't call in time to sign in. So she called after the sign in time. And she's asking if she can be heard.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
You wanna go ahead and do the affidavit first? You don't
Yeah,
wanna-
let's do the affidavit first.
Okay. All right, go right ahead.
Okay, so we are opening, hearing on case ID 2022-154. Count number 42592. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify what's under protest. Check it out. Oh my goodness. Okay,
It's.
yeah.
all right, so market and equity are under protest. We are the appraisal now. Sorry. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.6F.
Like that, behalf of you solemnly swear that I have communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Berg, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I request that you solemnly swear that I will accept the opportunity to you board for the next minute, they will proceed. Is true and correct.
Mhm.
Okay, so there's You got a copy of the?
I have a copy of, of that first page of the.
Affidavit.
Yeah, first and second page. I'm gonna read it off of it. Are y'all ready?
Yes.
All right, this is, section 1 is the owner's name, section 2 is the property under protest, 2012 Holden Road in Aransas Pass. Just for reference, Holden Road runs perpendicular to the bypass in 1069. It's those roads that when you get past 188, there's Holden, Armstrong, Kirby, Sawyer, I think, all those roads. So reasons for protest here on the affidavit is Q1, Q2. Evidence says there's 8 pages. Statement of fact says that there is absolutely no living / storage area anywhere on the property. An abandoned building is on site, but is open / destroyed or has asbestos. Property next door is valued at 82,000 with living area, same acreage, yet lower value. And then the hearing type is they do not intend to appear. They have a notarized document here signed by Jose Meza, San Patricio County, 15th of July of 2022. By Melissa Corey. I've looked at we can look through, you guys can kind of thumb through taxpayer evidence, and there is a letter in there. Let me go ahead and read this letter. It says, I'm writing this letter to appeal my land's appraised value. According to the Aransas County, my property is valued at 96,000. My property at 2012 Holden Road is not correctly appraised. If someone goes and looks at what's really on the property, they would see why. First of all, I bought this property for 47,000. When I purchased it, there was an old building in the very back that is not enclosed but livable. It is merely a structure with parts of walls on it, and lots of it is an exposed skeleton. Windows are broken through and doors are non-existent. Before I purchased the property, I believe there was once a home that people lived in. Well, that's not there anymore. It is not fair that the value is still rising because certain people believe there is a living area on the property when that is just not true. No improvements have been made. Where does the county get these numbers from? Written on the packet, I received evidence that states that there's 24,000 worth of improvements and it's only 71,000, which is crazy to me. That is not true or factual. My next door neighbor has 2.5 acres, just like me, has a mobile home on the property that he lives in. According to the county, his property is worth 82,000, which is, this is with a home on the property. I do not have any living space on my property. My property value should be no more than 50 to 60,000. And that's already reached. Then there's some photos there for you guys to look at. In the meantime, Scott, will you please pull Picto up? And I want to try to identify the property with the mobile home that we're talking about here. Maybe we can assume it's 28105. Let's see if we should make that assumption. What are these things in context? Did he say? So
It is 28105, I'm sorry.
it is
Just by value.
by value. Okay, can you
What card?
yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look at it. So it's the one next door at 28105 on the roll with the rectangle mobile home on it.
That's the one that he said.
I think it's a good idea for us to just get a quick glance at this thing. So we have a land value of 71,750, and we have $82,000. So we have $10,000 worth of improvements from a 1972 mobile home on the property, and it's 2.5 acres. Go ahead and pull his card over, Scott. Please. Or you can do it in the evidence.
It's the same. Land looks the same.
Land looks the same.
Yeah, land is.
He says that building, well, he showed us pictures for that building, which is basically torn down.
Yeah,
But
looks
that's-
pretty, looks pretty bad, doesn't it? The building, I guess,
It's not
has some scaffolding or something like that. We definitely don't have it as habitable. No, but we do have too much value on it also. So, 71,000 in the land, is that right?
24,000.
So my, the district would say like, I don't know. Yeah, we just disagree. I'm not gonna lower it. I'm gonna put some kind of number on that building, and, $1,000 or something like that. And that's what we would do. So whatever that is, let's say that.
That'd be 73,000.
There you go. That's our thing.
72,000.
760.
Yeah.
Yes.
Make a motion on case ID 2022-154-425. Based on the information presented to the property owner, and district, opinion of the present review board and the district that the currently on the value of 96,380 to be lowered to 72,750.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. We're gonna wait to get the information for this call in.
Impressive, that's still standing. Yes.
Thank you.
So
Are we through for 8:30?
There was a post-it on top of the phone? Okay,
that's the phone number?
yes.
Okay.
But this thing be green or something, is this little device here, is there anything we need to do? Or is it just working?
Well, hang on.
I thought it's usually.
They were on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're okay.
Hang
All
on.
right.
It very should be done, yeah, just that one after.
This is Jeff's job, not mine.
Here's me. Here, I can't. It's harder than you think, huh?
Okay, this is account, case number 1788. Account number 25389 on the 10 o'clock docket.
Page 6. Top of the page. Oh, key labor condominiums.
I think so.
Oh. Yes. That could be right. Catherine Ray.
Yeah,
Oh, Catherine.
yeah.
I think she is.
No, is it Catherine? Yeah. Hi, this is the appraisal review board. I'm sorry, I have a moment ago. Appraisal review board.
Okay, I can have a many of one of those.
We're calling for your protest hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
You're turning over to the chairman.
Okay, if you'll hang on a second, I have some administrative stuff to run through.
Okay.
And just bear with us and then we'll get into the specifics of your hearing. So we're commencing a
All
hearing.
right.
We're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1788, account number 25389, which is, I lost it.
It's 104 Sandal.
Yeah, go ahead and just say it.
104
Okay, 1004 Sand Dollar. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube, and we'll verify exactly what's under protest. Market and equity values are under protest. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the survey form, which will be included in the determination package you'll receive in the mail after after this hearing. You can also complete the survey online, and information about how to access it online and how to return it are on that form that you'll receive with the determination package. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I assume that we have all the evidence that you are going to be referencing in your protest. I see we have an affidavit and a couple Post-it notes on it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't have a computer that actually works, so I just wasn't able to send any of the pictures that, I had taken.
okay,
Back then, when things weren't completed.
all right. You can talk to it, but you won't be able to reference any pictures.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have communicated with the person in violation of Tax Code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
Oh, I, Favor, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
So all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and I am assuming that since we have a signed and notarized affidavit from you, that we are going to consider you to be under oath during this hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
I read that to do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal of the work for the Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
Okay, I need to ask whether or not you hold a certificate or license from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
Are you asking me?
I am asking you, yes. Do you have a license?
Sir.
Okay, and that's fine. We just need to double check all that. In the package that you received from the district, there should be a chart which says here is the procedure time. Do you have that handy?
The hearing procedure time.
Yeah, it's a single page chart.
Okay, it's okay, you know,
Yeah.
we'll walk you through it.
Really see that, but
Okay.
more prepared.
That's
I was dealing with some irons and fire with the Discover card.
okay. No,
Sorry
it's
about that.
no problem. That chart shows how we're going to run the hearing and is broken into two columns. One is if you present first. The second is if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time, irregardless of who presents first, but you get to make the choice of who presents first.
Go ahead, you can present.
Okay.
Is it okay if I call you Catherine?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have an opinion of value?
I stated it on there.
It says 1,800 plus or minus 1,800.
Do you mean 180,000?
Yes, I was asking for at least $1,800 off because not being.
So, let me ask you, Catherine, this question one more time. We noticed you at 282,000 What's your opinion of value?
Right now.
On January
Yeah,
first,
right.
on January first.
Okay, on January the first, I say, at that time, 279.
The district agrees.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay, Catherine, did you hear, Ray say that he agrees with that value, $279,000?
Okay,
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and make a motion on that, if that's okay with you.
okay,
Okay, case ID 2022-1788, count 25389, which is what for Sandoval and condominiums. In addressing, market activity. District as well as the review board, currently noted value of $282,050, be reduced to $270,000.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, Catherine, you understand the new value we arrived at is 279,000.
okay,
And you'll receive a determination package in the mail that shows all that information.
all right. Appreciate that.
Thank
Okay, I
you.
think we're done for now.
Thank you, Catherine.
All right, thank y'all.
Take the one way it's activated.
Okey doke.
That should be the last one for this morning.
Let me ask there were two on 130, are they affidavits or potential possibilities of people?
I can double check.
Yeah, if we can. Or handle it now too, if that's a possibility. It doesn't.
Okay, let me look. Y'all go ahead and get started.
Take a third. We need a third.
If it was more a question of what it was, I wanted as opposed to.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, this is, sorry?
Go ahead.
This is case 1657, account number 31418. You find it?
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. Gee, I know, am I here? What's the number, what's the,
1657 is the page number.
It's on the
It's
bottom,
page-
page 5.
yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. 31418, yes. All right, we're commencing a hearing on case ID, case number 2022-1657. Account number 31418. Which is 130 Marion Drive in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify under protest. Market equity under protest. 25314. Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has a right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material evidence has been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with anyone Another person violating the tax code section 41.66.
I had the opportunity on the where and I communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66.
Hydra and Ferguson, you solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
We're gonna.
As Veteran do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay. District Representative will read the affidavit into the record.
All right, the property owner is Matthew R. Etux Emily A. Macaulay. Address 130 Marion Drive, Rockport, Texas. Telephone number and an email address. Reason for protest or incorrect appraised or market value and or value is unequal compared with other properties. The evidence section is blank. The statement of factual arguments are: I evaluated actual sales of 8 homes in the Rockport Country Club that are comparable to my property. Spreadsheet and comp data attached. The mean of the 8 sold properties is $367,931, and the median is $376,200, both below the Aransas County Appraisal District's proposed 2022 appraised value of $407,250. Based on this data, I believe my property should be appraised at $370,000. During typist, I do not intend to appear in person, by telephone conference call, or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not see a person at the hearing. And signed in Aransas County by Matthew Macaulay and notarized by Karen Boyd. And then below is the information for your review.
This is.
She's just taking the averages.
Mhm.
She just went highlighting the sales price on these properties that we sent to her.
Yeah, it looks like.
Well, I'd like to share that. You know, the median and equity values are higher than what she's.
How did she average that?
She just took all
She
the
did,
average.
yeah.
Is what it looks like.
No, but there's basically 300,000, 400,000 if you round. 434 and 400,000, that doesn't come to 370.
Our, our sales grid shows.
Lower than what the value is.
No, 417,
Yeah,
that's higher.
yes, it's higher than our, than the value.
Right.
Yes, that's what I mean.
I think the equity may be low.
Yeah.
Can you pull up the picture? I want to see if it's on the golf course. Scott?
I don't.
No, it's on the other side of the street. But it is a nice house.
Hardly any trees, look at that.
Now, that Marion's a really nice street.
Yeah.
Well, I'm done with their evidence.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, because I've come up with 394 when I add those numbers, those sale numbers.
Well, the only thing I would say on that is that they're unadjusted.
Yeah, right.
We don't know how big they are, how big their lots are, or that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's all based on what they sold for.
There's no
This is the property, it's on Marion, and I agree, it's a Marion's a pretty nice street. There's the geometry of the property, there's sale for 440. This is evidence that which was also already presented by the protester. And it comes out to, it's on Augusta, and it comes out to 419. It's similar class, or actually same class, and 30 square feet smaller, and 1 year newer. I mean, 1 year newer. I mean, it's a very, very good. The next one is one that is on Marion, and it's just goes down from the subject. It's a half class better, and it is 300 square feet smaller and 6 years newer, and it comes out to be $425,000. Next one, also on Marion, goes down, also sold for 303. It's a half class lower, and it is over almost 400 square feet smaller, 2 years newer, and comes up to 355. The last sale is on Marion, also sold for 399, half class lower, and 500 square feet larger, and 5 years older. Comes out to 415.
Scott, is there any indication on the sales figures or whatever, whether it's on the fairway or off the fairway?
Well, on these, you would be able to tell by the address of 130 is on one side of the street. This 106 and 102 would both be on the same side of the street, so they would not be on the fairway. And you know, in this one, you can see here, like the land on this one here, it's reducing the value of the land and showing a higher value on the land, but it's because the lot is twice as big. It's a really large lot. So yeah, it's comparing those, and anyway, it compares out, and $417,000 is the median sales indicated value. On equity, these are properties that are very similar to the subject. Both of these first ones are within 30 square feet of the size of the subject. They're the exact same class. They are within 2 years of the year built of the subject, and they comp out. They're very similar houses. They comp out well. Here's one that is on Marion. It's a half class lower. It is the exact same square footage and 2 years older. It comes out to 395. And I think the main reason for that, it is on the other side of the street, and it's taking a lot of value off for the land, is why that's the case. You see that one's valued at 131,000 for the land versus 57. And then another one that's the same class, 40 square feet larger and 4 years newer, comes up to 432. These together bring a median equity value of 421 compared to the 407 that the district has on the property. The district shows that from both an equity and a sales standpoint, that the value is well supported.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, there's one more even.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I mean, there's one more, but it shows the same thing. And that's,
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh,
Yeah,
they don't have their all really good.
I'm good with the districts down here before the same.
5 years, the 657, account 31418. Just 139 drive, 100 club. In addressing 2122 market and equity value, it's the opinion of the Appraisal Review Board that the current noted value of 407,250.
For a second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? And that closes that hearing.
Yeah, then we are done for the morning, those two at 1:30 are phone. Phone. Okay, is everybody, tablets okay, or you want me to charge?
Mine's 71.
55, my age.
I'm 55, I wish. I
Want me to go ahead and charge?
don't think I remember back to 55.
Yeah, we don't need chargers.
Depends on how much we party this afternoon.
It's true. All right, we all have a good lunch.
Thank you. 11. Yeah, it's not more paper, it's heavier, so it floats better. Got it in the bag.
Yeah, it would be green or red. I think it's all.
Yeah. If you camp on this.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So 1:30.
Yeah.
So you want to do something, Joe? Are you going to go home? It's 11, so we can go home.
Yeah. What you do, oh, I need to do that.
Yeah.
Going on. I need to do that.
You need to do what?
Go home and get my pills, so I won't get COVID. What pills are you doing? Huh? Oh, let's see. Vitamin D. What else has she got me? Huge amounts of vitamin D. Yeah, D3, actually, but it's D.
I get,
It increases your immune system, yeah. And that was one of the things that Fauci talked about that you needed to do. Because he says as we grow older,
right.
our ability to collect that through the sun decreases, which I thought was interesting.
That's what the last.
And so I asked I started at low doses. And then I talked to my wife and she said, man, you need to be up here. And she took the lab and yep.
Yeah, that's the last test I had. She said the same thing as the vitamin D. So.
Yeah, because I spend a lot of time outside.
I do too.
And I don't usually put anything on to, I just brown. So I
Yeah,
never worry
yeah.
about burning. She's. Just don't get it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I do that and I do fish oil. And I think it's the ones that she wanted. Zinc is in,
Zinc, yeah.
yeah,
Yes.
those are in my, and she said it was enough. I take ARBs for my eyes. And that's got zinc.
So there's two of them.
ARBs?
No, two.
So there's been. Who's the other one now? Who are the ones out?
Jackie and Val.
So they'll be. Yeah. Are you feeling like you're just waiting for your turn to fill out?
Pretty much, like, I mean, those are the two people I kind of hang out with a lot. But knock on wood, I'm good.
Plank the wood first.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. There, yeah, everything's classic. All right, we'll see y'all at 1:30.
Okay. You want to go? Tacos?
We could at that little restaurant.
Yeah, that's quick.
Yeah.
If there's no, I won't. I want tacos. I need to get the name of that taco place too. By you.
Oh, it's Hoots is the name of
HOOTS?
HOOTS. In fact, you have, Facebook on your phone?
No, well, I do, but I don't use it. But it must be there must be a phone number for it, so.
Yeah, it's on the side of the building. It's 1444, I know is the number.
Yeah.
But, the reason I was mentioning Facebook, I don't do it either, my wife does, but their menu is on, they have it on Facebook.
I just want to make sure what days it's open.
Yeah,
Because I
well,
want to pick up that potato sounded good.
technically they're open Monday through Friday. They were open yesterday, they're not open today, for whatever reason. And I don't know if they, it's a family run thing, and I don't know if one of them, the daughter lives in Portland now. And I don't know, she has other things that keep her from coming over or whatever, but for whatever reason, they're not open today. And, it's kind of a
That's a
crapshoot.
terrible way for you, you've got your mouth all set and you whip in there and nothing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
See you later.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah.
Did y'all get their time?
Lunch? Yes, we did. They were not good too. Our usual taco place. We're about.
I'm told you guys sometimes. I feel hung the dog out. I love it.
Well, we'd love to have.
Somebody else was. Dog out.
Yeah, I know. You don't live, but what do you do, sort of? You don't live that far.
Must be about 5 minutes. Yeah, I live in the country club.
Yeah, so
So,
you could just meet us.
yeah, like, okay. Usually go home and usually a camel all morning.
Oh, so you want to, yeah,
I let her out.
maybe one of these days.
We got bring her here one day. Get everybody wild.
Yes,
People work.
yeah, I can see certain people without senses of humor.
So what do you usually get when you go there? Tacos?
Oh, I love the tacos, so I get another taco, but it's, I think you can have your choice, but I usually just get the plain soft taco. And you can have all sorts of things in it, choose the steak because they give you a huge amount of steak and it's in sort of big chunks, so it's not dried out.
Cheese and sour cream.
Yeah, it's got, it was the tortilla, and I think they make their own flour. I tried the corn in the corn package, but and they're real thin, they're real. Hmm?
I like it for.
Yeah, and these are real thin, which is not. But I get the steak and, tomato and onions. And
Just tell them what you
lettuce, yeah, avocado, and between that and the drink, it's like $7. But it's a lot of food.
So they don't serve like that.
No. Margarita will do that. Yeah, but we were talking to the owner the other day when we went for breakfast and she was saying, a few years ago, she got health food, kind of changing her life. She was having some medical problems, so she went up in health food. She wanted a restaurant that dealt with fresh foods, fresh vegetables, and was a little more healthy than the usual Mexican restaurant, which is all grease and so they have drinks that are fresh watermelon that they do the pulp there themselves and cantaloupe and all sorts of different things.
What other kind of Mexican?
Oh. They have something called the bowl, which is, we're used to the bowls that the Vietnamese, yeah.
Right.
Only it's rice and beans and whatever meat you want and whatever fresh vegetables you want on top, so it's a little bit different. And those you just order and pick out what you want. Yes, we good quesadillas. She's hooked on the quesadillas. She goes in and always says, I'm gonna have something different and then orders.
That's what I.
Yeah, it's good food. It's not overly spiced, which I can't take hot spices, so that, I'm sure if you ordered or, well, they give you the sauce that it goes with stuff. But it's nicely seasoned. It's not wild. And their rice is very good. I love Mexican rice. Go home?
Yeah, for a little bit. And, more than 10 minutes.
Well, you're almost a straight shot from here. You go down one block and turn left and just go straight out, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cross.
Curl under the thing and turn to your left.
Yep. Yeah, the only thing is, I think they're done now. They've been doing a lot of utility construction along Rattlesnake Point Road. I don't know what they're gonna do. I haven't heard, because they've got this huge construction project going on down there. It's supposed to be-
When did all that stuff?
Well, this is all overhead power lines that they've been opening, and
Which is odd because they just did this whole area 4 years ago for Harvey.
yeah.
That was gone fast. So maybe they're going back.
I had during Harvey, the power pole right on the end of my driveway on the street. And of course, it was kind of falling over. It wasn't completely on the ground. And so when they came out to do the power lines, they replaced all the poles and stuff up and down the street. And of course, we've got underground telephone and water lines.
Did they hit them?
Yeah, they just nicked the water line where they put that power pole. And, it was just kind of bubbly oozing and stuff like that. So now I'm trying to get somebody's attention to fix it because
4 years later?
well, no, this is right when it happened. So it was leaking and there was still kind of a hole. I called the water company, which is Coconut Cove Water. And, I just couldn't get anybody's attention, at least that day, right? I made a number of calls. And finally got the guy that supposedly is the manager, something like that. He came out, and now it's a fire. So luckily, these guys were from Oklahoma that get the power lines up and down the street, and they were still in the area. So they chased them down, and they said, "Well, it's the pole. You got to fix this, right?" So I thought they would take the pole down. Because the power lines were already up, were above and everything like that. And they came in with some kind of truck. I wasn't there when they actually did it. And they took, my neighbor said, they took that whole pole as it was and they just lifted it out. And then moved it over about two, almost 3 feet, right? And when you look down the street now, when the power lines go like this, when in my driveway.
When I lived in Northern California, my husband and we bought some land and we were trying to put in electrical power, and you had to put in your own poles before they would come out and do the line. And, that part of the country, it was Sonora, which is gold rush country, so it's all rock, it's decomposed granite, and granite, there's just no choice. We could not get beyond a certain depth. I mean, we ran into this huge boulder and there was just no way of going around it. So my husband, being ex-military, sawed off the bottom of the pole, set it down in, because they were measuring from top to ground.
Yeah, right.
So all you
Stay up.
it's still there. It's been 20, 30 years.
Welcome by it.
We are. Yeah, I have, to declare, when I bought the property, the neighbor had, here, which is how I have our stuff here in Rockville. So, you know, and two problems come up with TXU. One is when I had the services transferred, they claimed they told me that there were two meters on the property. And I said, no, there's one on the house and that's it. And they just kind of said, okay. And about a year and a half, maybe 2 years later, I got a bill from AEP to disconnect this meter because they said there was no usage on it. And I said, well, the reason there's no usage is because there's no meter. So it took me probably a month to get that squared away. And they finally said, okay, fine, we'll just take it off the bill. We won't charge you. They wanted to charge me $50 to disconnect the meter. That wasn't fair.
That's about right.
So then, and when I got the service transferred, I had it done. They were able to do it where they combined my bill. So we only got one bill that was for both Rockport and Berkeley. Oh, great. Well, after this little episode with the meter, I quit the bill. And it took me a year and a half, really, a year and a half to get that figured straightened out. Oh, yeah. I mean, I wasn't trying to get out of pain, but at the same time, I said, you guys got to send me a bill. Just couldn't get anybody to do it.
That was teaching this fellow, they don't have an electrical plate where they say there's one.
Yeah, so now I'm back to getting two bills. I'm not even gonna. Yeah, just didn't fine. Oh, what time we got? 1:31. Okay. And this is now 1:30. Okay, I'll flip the coin. Which one are you gonna do?
We got two.
Yeah. Only two. Okay, so we're gonna do 1322 is the case ID 16387.
7 top of the page. Are any of the 3 o'clocks out there?
There,
There might be some that said they were affidavits, but I have not received any affidavits.
and some are coming in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we don't know.
So in other words, possibilities, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, my favorite word.
Yep. Okay, I think we're ready. You want to dial them up?
Okay, then.
It went dead or what?
Yeah, no telling.
What'd you do?
Well, I just camped on it. He eventually said, are you talking to me?
Well, we're not allowed to do
Yeah, it's got to reboot, I guess. I guess so.
It'll turn green, huh?
it. No, the keyboard.
Oh, you got a keyboard there.
I assume it's. There we go.
There you go.
These numbers, 80.
Mm.
Hello, is this Rebecca?
Yes, it is.
Rebecca, hi, this is the appraisal review board calling for your protest hearing.
Yes, ma'am. How are you today?
We're good, thank you. Transfer you over to the chairman. We'll walk you through this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so good afternoon, Rebecca. I have some administrative stuff to go through first. And then we'll get
Okay.
into the specifics of your hearing. We are opening the hearing on case ID 2022-1322, account number 16387. It's 311 North Salt Lake Road in Rockport. It's in Coconut Grove. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we're just going to verify, let's see, it's online.
It's equity and market.
Okay, so we got market value and equity are under protest. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. And the survey may be completed using the form that's included in the determination package that you will receive in the mail after the hearing. You can also take the survey online, and all the information about how to return it or take it online is included at the top of that form when you get it. The survey itself is voluntary, but we always appreciate any feedback that you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So have you submitted all of your evidence that you plan to reference in the hearing today?
I am not sure. My husband was supposed to take care of this, but he had a doctor's appointment. I am not sure what all he has submitted.
Okay, I'll tell you, we have an affidavit that does include some references to some properties that I guess
Yes, sir.
he was trying to do a comparison on. But aside from that,
Yes, sir.
okay, beyond that, that's all we have, and we'll just go ahead with what we have.
Okay, that sounds good. Basically, are you ready for me to start? Mark?
No, hang on. Yeah, I know you're excited to do
Okay.
this. Okay, so the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another member, another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
So all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and since we have a signed and notarized affidavit from you, I am assuming that you understand that we are considering you to be under oath during this hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Amy, your turn.
Oh, I am Burke, solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District, is true and correct.
Yeah.
Okay, Rebecca, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, sir.
Okay, that's fine, makes things easier. In the information you received from the appraisal district, there should be a one-page chart which is called hearing procedure times. Do you have that available?
I do not.
Okay, not a problem. We'll step you through the process. The hearing procedures time chart shows how we're going to run the hearing today. It is broken into two sections. One is if you present first, or the second is if the appraisal district goes first. You both have equal amounts of time, irregardless of who goes first, but you get to choose who you would like to present first, either you or the appraisal.
Okay, I guess I will.
Okay, very good. Hang on, and we'll get you started here.
Right now, Becky, you have 5 minutes for now, and then you'll have some more time later on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, basically, regarding the property at 311 Salt Lake, we have, did some estimates, and the price has doubled. It's up to, I'm sure y'all can see it as well. It doubled to over doubled to that 105,860. And the land itself equals almost right around approximately half an acre. If you look directly across the street, there is property ID 66362. And it has a house on it. It's on the water. It has a condominium. It's valued at approximately $23,755,000 per half acre. Across the street as well, there's another one on the water. It's property ID 66113, and it is valued at approximately $8,750 per half acre. Property 66112, it's valued at approximately $9,970 per half acre. Should I keep going? I have property number 59442, and it has a house on the water, and it is $21,591 per half acre is what it approximately values at. Number 60317. It is on the water as well, and it's approximately 9,920 per half acre. Property 60318. It is on the water as well, and it values at 10,354 per half acre. And lastly, property 50685. It values at 12,690 per half acre, and it's on the water as well. So that's basically why we're contesting this.
Okay, anything else you want to add?
That is all that, I know at the moment. Look up for me to do. But, you know, if you value what is in our general area, for ours to have, you know, over doubled, that's just a really high amount, especially, you know, it's just a high amount.
Are you on the water as well?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you have nothing else at the moment, then we'll let the district make their presentation, and then we'll have time to ask questions or other comments, okay?
Okay, so I stay on the line.
Oh, yes, please do.
Okay, okay, thank you.
All right, so this is account 16387. It is a vacant lot in Coconut Cove. Last year it was certified at 50,850. This year it was noticed at 105,860. It has a small boat slip on it. It's at the end of a canal. It faces Salt Lake Road. But it's kind of off the canal that's on canvas back there. The land value changed this year. If you look at the property card, there's both of the land segments have different adjustments, one of which is pretty substantial. There's an 80% and a 60%. And it's for the end of the canal and for it being large and irregular shaped. So this is just gonna have a lot of square footage compared to the other stuff that's on the canal there. But presumably you can still put one house on it. So the sales are going to be lots that are on the canals here. You got East Sagebrush, West Pompano, and West Pompano. And if you just look at what are people paying for a lot in there? Got 138, 117, and 102. The price per foot indicated by the sales is 682, 564, and 429. The subjects is at 431. So we would expect this to sell for about 130. And we have 99, or I'm sorry, 106 on it. So it's only accounting for the land. So 130 wouldn't even include the boat slip value. And then the equity grid is other properties that are on this street. This is on the same land table that they're all on. This is actually less per foot than the ones next to it because it is slightly larger. So the bigger lot, you're not going to have one-to-one utility to every foot on the lot. So it's going to be less per foot. But it should still be more overall than a smaller lot, but it will be less per foot. And then there's a sales ratio report that follows. And I'll just point out that the properties that the comparables that the subject property owner brought up are both not in this neighborhood. They're not developed, they're not on the canal. They're across the street from it. Well, yeah, it's these. And so, yeah, these are going to be way less per foot or per acre than something over here is because they're very large. They're almost completely undeveloped. A couple of them have some houses put on it, but the bulk of the land is totally undeveloped. A bunch of it's underwater. It's got a great shoreline. It's an awesome shoreline and everything, but yeah, the price per foot is not going to be anywhere close to what it is for one of these developed platted areas. You create value by breaking these things up into something more usable. And that's what's happened in that neighborhood. It would not make any sense for us to have the same price per foot on both of these properties. That's it.
So Aaron, this is a lot. Why do you have improvements on
There's a boat slip on it.
it? That's the 6,000.
Yes.
Okay, Rebecca, do you understand all that? Do you have some questions for Eamon?
I don't have any questions. I do have, that there are 3 of these houses that, I mean, they are on water. I mean, waterfront is waterfront, or there's the canal or on the lake that, are, substantially less in value per half acre. So that's it.
Yeah, the waterfront is actually better than a canal. The waterfront itself is great. But the thing is, these larger tracts, there's still the value way higher than your property. The total is way higher. But the price per foot, it's like getting a bulk discount when you buy something. It's true for everything, including land. You're not gonna buy an acre of land, cut it up into 4 pieces, and then sell it to people for exactly what you bought the acre for, right? There's where your property is, it's been, it's buildable, it's got a canal, it has bulkhead, it has a road, it has utilities, it has all that kind of stuff. And you only have to buy the chunk of it that you can put your house on. As a result, the price per acre or per foot on something large and undeveloped is always gonna be way lower. I mean, if that wasn't true, then buying, 400 rural acres would cost you billions of dollars. But that obviously doesn't happen, right? The bigger the tract is, the less it is per.
Okay.
Did you understand that? Any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
Rebecca, what value did you put on this?
What value did we put on the lot?
Yeah, what amount were you, wanting?
We haven't really discussed that. We just, you open it up and it's double plus that, we were thinking, about what it was valued last year. I mean, there hasn't been a ton of, new building out there. So,
Why did the value change year over year? It's just market activity. The only reason land value ever changes is because people are buying and selling stuff. Fundamentally, that's our job, is to keep an eye on what stuff's being bought and sold for, and with land is worth whatever people are paying for. You can't make more land. So. It's our opinion that as of January 1st of this year, that the $50,000 would be way under what your property is actually worth. There'd be nobody you shouldn't sell it for 50 grand. But we think that if you sold it, you'd probably get about 130.
Okay, Rebecca, anything you want to ask or question?
no, I think that we're good.
All right, so you understand why the value is where it is?
Yeah, I understand where they're coming from.
Okay, anything? Okay, Rebecca, the ARB has a few moments to determine if they'd like to value the property.
Okay.
Scott, can you, highlight 16376? Could be around there.
You want it on the map?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, and. Yeah. No, it's actually, it's like small.
Oh, which one is it? One that's.
160.
Oh,
Yeah.
If you zoom out a touch, you can see over in the corner is where theirs is.
Oh, right.
I was just interested in getting proximity to the other property. Pompano is. Sagebrush, Pompano. I mean, there's one sale on Sagebrush is 138 for smaller properties, and there's just sales in the area that are driving the increase.
I can't see any difference. Yeah.
Good.
Good with this. Yeah.
Rebecca, I'm gonna make a motion on your property. It's case ID 2022-1322. Which is 311 North Salt Lake Road in Coconut Cove. And due to the information presented by the district regarding sales and other transactions in that area, it's the opinion of the appraisal review board that the currently limited value of $105,860 should stand. I second.
Okay.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, Rebecca, I think that's what it comes out to based on market activity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well. Now, why?
What she said.
She wasn't, yeah, we got dumped on her.
I had enough disappointment. Next. Is it a phone or? Oh, okay, so we need a number.
3 o'clock.
Oh, excuse me. What?
I don't want to sleep right now.
Yeah.
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 Bet you this is 13,790.
Another 3 o'clock, so after.
We had nothing in through all of his possibilities of people walking in.
But either they'll put an affidavit to it from.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Or they'll show
But
up.
we do have a letter after this to do.
Oh, letter.
I'm excited. I know how you love this.
13 was.
13,790.
know.
Page 6.
Yeah, she was falling down.
I know I am. I think I did that. Page 6, bottom of the page, 13790. North trailer.
Right.
Yeah.
Kathy has it. No.
It's actually at the back of ours.
Is this trailer not in the country club or trailer in, I'm not one.
I think it's Taylor.
It's a trailer.
Trailer. Oh, I see. the-
Trailer in the country club and
I
then.
think it just runs right along.
It's all be listed.
It's
Yeah, if you go across, business 35, yeah, I think so, I suspect.
You know? And, what is Bellevue?
It is the neighborhood off north of Market Street, right over on that way.
Well, that doesn't
Oh,
make
that's
sense.
not part of the country club.
no,
Not that this trailer.
not that trailer.
Oh, yeah, no, there's like 3 or 4 trails.
This is north trailer.
Okay, it's different from.
Yeah. Regular trailer is.
Hello,
Is this Hector?
this is Victor.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon. This is the appraisal review board calling for your protest hearing.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So Hector, good afternoon, I have,
You want to announce it?
sorry?
Sorry, there's other folks on the line as well. Hector, I just wanted Hector to announce. Let me announce, I've got my wife Elizabeth here with me, and I've also got my son-in-law, Roger Enriquez, on the other line. We're all together on this line.
Okay, yeah, let me make sure. Right, okay, so the affidavit is signed by you, Hector, so you're gonna be the only one that can talk during the hearing, okay?
Okay.
All right, so let me run through some administrative information I have to go through first, and then we'll get into the specifics of your hearing. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-277. Account number 13790, which is 527 North Trailer Avenue in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And it looks like Yeah, market and equity are the two things under protest, market value and equity value. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the form that will be included in the determination package that you will receive in the mail after this hearing. Information about completing and returning the survey, which you can actually do online as well, is included on that form. And the survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So have you submitted all of your evidence that you're going to reference? And I see we have a couple of pictures and a chart which has some, looks like maybe comps or something.
Yes, I believe I've submitted everything already.
Okay, that's good. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Berg, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
So all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and I am assuming, Hector, that since we have a signed notarized affidavit from you that we are going to consider you under oath for this hearing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I am about to solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District for true and correct.
Hey, Hector, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No.
Okay, thank you. That's makes things easier. In the information you received from the appraisal district, there should be a chart that's called hearing procedure times. It's a single page chart that's all that's on it. Do you have that handy?
No, I sure don't.
Okay, it's that's okay. We'll step you through the process. That chart, the hearing procedure times, shows how we're going to run the hearing today. It's divided into two sections. One is if you present first, or the other is if the appraisal district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time to present and question and rebut information during the hearing, but you get to make the choice of who presents first, you or the appraisal district.
Okay, I'll go ahead and let the appraisal district first.
Okay. Okay, this is account 13790. It is a lot with basically a place to park an RV. There's some trailer pad and carport value on it. It's on North Trailer Ave. So this year it was noticed at 90,950 value. All right, so there are sales. So the first is a land grid. So we're not going to comp the shed or the coverings and that kind of thing because they're not the primary source of value of this property, and it's way better to, rather than comparing it to two other carports. That's actually what the land value will change. So the first comp is 304 North Trailer, and it's 12,000 square feet. The subject is 18,000 square feet. This sold for $671 a foot. And then next is 720 North Trailer. It is a bit bigger than the subject and it's sold for $433. You can see the price per foot's going down and the lot is bigger. And then 401 Stewart Street, that is sold for $638 a foot in June of last year. So just by looking at what lots are going for in this neighborhood, we've been actually having to keep up with the value change of land in this area pretty aggressively since the hurricane. This used to be really cheap, like $1.20 a foot type land. And now, as you can see, people are paying, $5 a foot up for it. We have 360 on it. So our value is 64,000. Our land grid says it should be about 100 actually. Let's see. And then the equity grid, this is just on a land table. If you look up at the thing, it says it's on the residential, it's just trailer land table, it's 360 a foot. Everything on trailer is 360 a foot. So it's on this land table. So that's it. And that's pretty much all we got. We got a sales ratio report saying we're 3% low here. That's it.
Okay, Hector, you have 7 minutes, 2 minutes to question Amy if you have any questions, and 5 minutes for your presentation, or just 7 minutes altogether.
No, the only thing I was wondering about why the market value on the improvement, if we haven't made any improvements at all in 21. I believe all these improvements that we had on that property was done before 21. And also why the market value went up from 48,600 to 64,000. Those were about my only 2 questions I had for the year.
Yeah, I'll look into the improvements part real quick, but the land value changed because of land sales. The 3 that we presented as comparable land sales are just a good example. They're not the only 3, but people are buying and selling lots in this neighborhood, and we just have to be close to what people are paying for them. That's the only reason land value changes.
Is that because of today's prices, correct?
Yes. Sales prices.
Okay.
Hang on just a second, we're doing some checking here.
Oh, okay, because the improvements value, we did not have the carports at all last year. They may have been there, but we didn't have them on the roll they weren't recorded at all. So we drive around the county, we look at every property, it's not a perfect thing. There's gonna be stuff that we miss year over year. If your carports have been there for a while, we just didn't have them yet until this year. So that the value change there is just adding the carport. We have to draw everything that's there.
Okay, so that's why it went from 6,900 to 2,600,
Yes,
correct?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, there is a neighborhood adjustment on the improvement, but that's not as much as the addition of the 2 carports. I would have to go forward.
And you're telling me the market value on the land that went from 48,600 to 64,800, that's because of today's prices?
Yes.
Okay. So then my total, yes, then my total is the big 90,910, correct?
Correct, that's your notice value.
I see. Oh, okay, well, I was hoping it'd be a little bit lower than that, but I'll leave it up to you guys to decide what has to be done.
Look at the 3 comps we offered.
I'm sorry, sir, we can't have you talking since you weren't sworn in. But
Okay.
if you want to ask Hector to ask a question, that's fine.
Hector, the sheet is the 3 comps, they're the exact same lot size with varying prices. That's your evidence.
Yeah, you got it on my sheet on your comp equity 2022 grid. I have comp 1, which is 401 to 409 Trailer Avenue. Well, that market value is 145. Now I'm looking at comp.
Your evidence, Hector, the PDF you sent them.
Okay. Okay, I don't remember which one it was.
Can you check if they're on what's the, why are these increasing? 360 or whatever.
Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have that at all.
505.
No, Hector, the PDF you sent.
There's a little chart that has 4 properties listed. It's with the pictures.
You're the one in red.
Okay,
Those are your land comp.
Yeah. Which one is it?
I'm sorry, I don't go here.
It's just it's a little chart that has, it's with your pictures.
Yeah. Okay.
One property in red, which is your property.
Now, you're talking about 505 trailer?
Right.
No.
Correct.
Looking at the value on road at 47.7. Can you compare it to mine?
Well, we're double checking right now to these other properties to see where they're located in comparison to yours, as well as how they fall into the land tables that they use here for determining square foot prices. Hang on a second, please.
Okay.
Or did that open? Well, that's probably not much, but what's the other one? Where's the break on that? Where's the 330, 360 break? $20,000. Okay. Okay, well, there you go. And then the last one is 821 Rose. Yeah. Why does it say close that one? 47 closest? Just the whole thing. Oh, is there any improvements on that? Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, and this one is not paved? No.
You're still checking some figures here, Hector, so hold on.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Oh, it's the size. Yeah, okay, so all of these, I think with the exception of one of them, they have additional land segments, so the acreage that's shown, like the first one is a piece of an undivided interest owned property, and there's other land in that account, in the parent account for that, and the tract is actually bigger. There's like 2 different land segments, you know? So there's one that's 0.4132 acres, and then there's another piece of it that makes it bigger, and so it's lowering the price per foot. And that's kind of what's happening on all of these, is they're just slightly bigger. And they hit a table break, and it goes from 360 to 330 a foot.
So the acreage is not 0.432 like all.
Yeah, the bigger the lot is, the less it's gonna be per foot, and sometimes there's a lot of graduation to that, where the number will change several times. What the price is per foot in a given neighborhood. Because people will pay more per foot for a small lot than they will for a bigger one.
Okay, then with the information I sent you all on the acreage of that 0.4132, those are all different then, they're not all the same.
That's right, they're all big.
They're on the appraisal district, that's the appraisal district info.
Yeah,
Might be more than one tract, but they're all the same.
I was saying, okay. That's right.
yeah, they're not the same, they're different sizes. So several of them are different sizes, or there's one that's in a different spot. One that's it's on a different, totally different land table, different street. It's on the one on Rose, it's on the Stanley land table.
Okay, so I can assume that the 47,000 value is a smaller lot than mine. Is that correct?
No.
I don't know. Which one is
That's
it?
what I was thinking.
Rose. Yeah,
821 road.
yeah, it's in a different area. And the calculations that are used are always earlier.
Yeah, we do a better job than just valuing land across an entire section of the county. We actually will look street by street. Not a lot of appraisal districts will spend the time and effort to figure out land values that tightly, but we do.
Okay,
You have any other questions, Hector?
no, the only thing I could say is that if y'all could help me with the value, bring it down a little bit, I think would be- Right now, you have it at 64, right?
I'm sorry?
Right now, it's at 64.
That's correct. That's based on market sales in that area.
Yeah, and to be honest, Hector, the sales in the area say that 64.8 is pretty undervalued. Because there are other sales that if they were, when the adjustments are made to make the properties, your property and the comparable ones similar, the value comes out to say your property could sell for 104,000.
Okay.
Based on the numbers and the sales, comparisons in the area. As he just said, if anything, your property is undervalued.
Mhm. Okay,
So if you decided to sell it, you're able to sell it for substantially more than what it's currently being noted for.
okay.
I agree with the value of from the district.
Okay, anything else? Hector, is there anything else you want to add? You have a couple of minutes if you need them.
Oh, that's about it. I just wanted to know from you guys exactly how things are being done. So I think you all pretty well answered all my questions.
Okay.
And,
Something.
I'm sorry, but
Wait, just wrap up the hearing, then I guess if you want to talk.
yeah, I'm sorry, but you didn't sign the affidavit, and so I'm not able to allow you to speak.
thank you.
All right,
Ask your husband to say it for you.
your husband, if you want to say something, ask your husband to say it for you.
Yes, just a minute.
Yeah, let's wrap this up and then if you want, you can have your message.
Okay, all right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion on your case ID. It's 2022-277, account 13790, which is 527 North Trailer Avenue. In addressing market and equity values, it's the opinion of the Appraisal Review Board that the currently noted value of 90,910 should stand.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, Hector, do you understand that your value is going to remain where it is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you have any questions?
No, I have no questions.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Good.
Okay.
It's really unfortunate. It's really, it really is.
Yeah, I'm gonna check with Mike to see if he's ready to do a letter.
Okay. See what shows up.
I don't see anything there.
What, letters?
That's probably on the letters to be read.
Do we have them on here?
Yeah, do you all the way back to the main list?
Oh, letters to be read.
32468.
Oh, thank you. Was Mike coming in?
Yeah, he said it'll be. Scott, while we have a minute, I'm gonna be putting the agenda together for next week. Is there anything I need to add? Just use the basic.
That should do it.
Oh.
Well.
Letters to be read,
Mhm.
is it just a single thing?
Yeah.
Oh, they do include a whole bunch of.
Yeah. it's not-
Yeah.
Go backwards. Okay, this is a letter that was received. I don't know if it came in the mail. It's no longer, so let's see if it's brought in. Received written on July 19th this year and received in the office on July 25th. Addressed to the Aransas County Appraisal District with our address, to Appraisal Review Board, Ray, property ID 32468, which is 215 North Pearl Street. I'm ready to ask for a hearing. I have been in constant contact with the county and specifically Amesburg, attempting to explain what this building is and see if we could come to an agreement on the reduction. I have even phoned the county within the last 2 to 3 weeks asking when the hearing was and was told it wasn't scheduled yet. I have not received a hearing notice to date. I called the county today, which would have been the 19th. Only learned my hearing was scheduled for today, this morning to be exact. I am also including an affidavit with my evidence just in case you decide to grant another hearing. Also, since you claim the notice was mailed, I cannot trust that I will get a new hearing notice by mail. And in case I do not, you have the evidence on my appeal to take into consideration. If you have any further questions, you may contact me at telephone number or by email, which is stated sincerely Christine Kelp, lead tax account.
Can you go into the account? I'm asking that to go into the account 324634.
Yeah, I got it.
Can you go into the hearing notice section and see what the date of that hearing notice was?
I wrote it down. I noticed the hearing and evidence was mailed out on July 1st.
On July 1st,
Mhm.
and today is the 26th.
Mhm.
This was received yesterday.
And the date that she's referring to when she called was the 19th. That's when her scheduled hearing was. And she was a no-show.
She received notice and her hearing was on the 19th.
She was sent notice, yes.
She sent notice.
Mhm.
Apparently,
Did you send it to this address or, oh no, her address on here?
It would have been the address on the account.
yeah. Actually, the property is a Southwestern Bell telephone. 215 North Pearl Street. This is dated.
Yeah,
July 19th.
the site is address, but the.
Do y'all wanna know the
The-
mailing address
the
for
mailing
the
address.
notice?
In St. Louis, Missouri, so they have a designated property tax department
Yeah,
that this would have been sent to. Which makes sense because she's been in contact with them and they just did not come to an agreement, so. At that point, it goes to y'all for a hearing. It appears in the hearing date was the 19th. Can you
Mhm.
verify that?
yes.
So it is the 19th.
Mhm.
And then you received this letter, or we received this letter on the 25th.
Apparently there was a phone call before this, so that
Well, the phone call would have happened, well, it says, she says 2 to 3 weeks asking when the hearing was.
yeah, she said they called the county today, which was the 19th.
Yeah, she called the day of her hearing, but she had called too late in the day. She missed the sign in. Like, I wanna say it was hours later. Amen and
So
talked to
she
her,
actually called in the day of her hearing.
but did not know it was the day of her hearing.
Just happened to call the day of her
Happened to
hearing.
call the day of the
That's-
hearing, the day of the hearing, a couple of hours late.
We don't know if she said she didn't receive the information, right?
I think.
The,
She
the-
says that she was.
can you verify the notice of hearing mailing address that we have on our notice?
She says, as of, when she wrote this, I have not received the hearing notice to date.
Right behind you went to the one you said in St. Louis.
This is where it was sent. And Tim Pine is the same address as the owner of agent on the property tax record.
Correct.
It's the district's position in light of the evidence that it was delivered both timely and to the location required that this does not constitute good cause, and therefore we do not agree to regrant the hearing.
Yeah, I'm,
I'm leaning toward that as well.
Yeah, I don't see how we could.
She got notice. She was in contact.
So the notice went to that address, is that correct?
Mhm.
The notice of hearing went to that
That's
address.
not where she is.
no, I think that is what she is.
I don't know. Well, actually, yeah, at the
Yeah,
very
it is
top of the
what she-
letter.
Oh,
They-
it's not
they-
what- yeah.
Yeah.
It is a little conspicuous on, I'm not saying anything, but it is a little conspicuous that they called the day of,
And it said they hadn't received
and
it.
said they hadn't received anything, so.
Um,
This is not, as far as the district concerned, this does not constitute good cause, they're late. You know, they're just late.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. We have a whole bunch of stuff there on, I have to read it all, so you know what the building does and who they are.
I remember that, seeing that case, thinking, oh,
Well, I remember on the case with some things.
Right, after you-
Yeah, I do.
I don't remember seeing.
And all that is kind of pseudo evidence for the hearing if it was going to take place, which is kind of irrelevant.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Really, weird that they were on the same day and.
Okay,
Yes.
we just need a motion.
It was in person.
No, she needs a motion.
Oh, I thought you said it was. Wow. I heard my hearing aids.
It was even better when you said law.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion on down to property ID 32468, which is 215 North Pearl Street. That the ARB believes that the request for a late hearing does not constitute good cause, and therefore we are going to deny it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You did. Beth, do you have appropriate verbiage for that or?
We had the basic letter for denial,
That's fine.
the no good cause.
No good, no good.
Start getting out teachers.
You're done.
I did have a conversation with, it was last week or so, and I was chatting with Judy Hargrove, and I guess, I'm not sure if it's the same company that you have worked for, or he's just like, there's some group, some lawyers group that's having a conference down, it's in the valley. And they asked her if she would come talk to this conference. And, so she said she was considering putting together a presentation on good cause. Good, because I think a lot of districts have challenges in terms of how to deal with.
That'd be great.
critical
Yeah.
good cause. But this is, the conference is geared more towards lawyers and so on.
Yeah.
Than it is to actual districts or.
No, it's.
And the way I understand it, there's things that you as the ARB can do and things you can't. And it really has to do with timing. So there's certain times of year that it's chapter 41 that you're considering. And then it's letters associated with 41. And then after certification, then it's 25. And there's a whole shift of burden, and it just becomes more difficult for the property owner. The property owners have a lot of rights, but they also have responsibilities to show and present and to deliver their affidavits timely. So yeah, it is what it is. So it's good.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, t-shirts.
T-shirts.
All right, so as of now, we're
No
good,
good cause.
and then I will let you know as soon as I know anything about 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be here. Somebody will.
1429, was it 230? Yeah.
None of them are up to date, so it's not a big deal. So I'm assuming they're walk-ins.
Yeah, and if they show up.
Bunch of them.
Oh, it.
1, 2,
7,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8. Worse.
Usually if they schedule that much time in between, just 2 at 1:30. That's it.
Yeah, I didn't look, copy of it here. There, we have the posting out on the window here, shows the number of accounts, because that's all posted before the week.
Right.
And they probably had a good 8 or 10. That, I mean, yeah, but either got settled or they dropped out for some reason or something like that.
Yeah, the 3 o'clock.
Yeah, never happens that way.
No. I looked at both. Okay, just like
I never liked the Rubik's Cube. I thought it was the stupidest thing. No. It's not entertaining. I've been sending this pictures to all my friends telling them it's new. Apartment complex or cottages actually. In Rockport. Florida.
What is that? Look at that.
I don't know, I found it in a magazine or someplace online actually, and said it, and I just thought it was, so I've been advertising it as a new cottage. And everybody's been writing cute, yeah, and then somebody said, do they have elevators? Yes.
Yeah, it is. It just is a whole.
It's not here.
No, darn it. Okay, you see this during the hurricane?
Oh, God. It's flying all over.
But for somebody who likes to build birdhouses, this is a perfect way to deal with them.
They have a whole shitload of doors in there.
Yeah.
This is very limited in what we can do. It's boring.
Then put it down. Well, no, yeah, no.
This is all it does. You can go one. This way.
That's it? Oh, geez, it's boring. My truck can do more than that. Without me in it.
Do it with your eyes closed.
Why would you do it with your eyes?
Give them something to do with your hands.
You can just move it around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything to me.
I'll bring the other one in.
Something a little more complicated. A little more. Some more options.
Options, yes. We want the cars with the big option.
I was thinking of bringing Bluetooth speakers in and you could play music or something. Downtime. Sorry. Oh, what a crew.
Don't you love it?
Oh, I was talking about those folks out there. Beth has me trained now, so that, you know, when I sign these orders, these termination orders.
Yeah.
You give them, use the valve, yeah.
No, not anymore.
He says, just put them in. Oh, because I get the gals on the front. And
That was not here, right?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Who's the other one?
Jack. Yep.
It all has.
Well, I don't know that Ray,
What, there have been 4 others that like that?
not that I know of, the only other, well,
Damon did, for sure.
Eamon and,
Did that happen?
not that-
What's her name?
yeah, the front desk.
Yeah,
Barb.
Barbara.
Oh, Barbara.
Barb.
I thought there was something. Still, that's almost not their staff.
Yeah, at one time or another. So my wife, who's the big gambler, right? And she's been going to the game rooms here.
Where are they in game room?
Well, there's 2 of them. One is out, this is 35, almost crossing Palm Harbor. And that's the one she goes to quite often, and
Really do that with the game.
they're just, video games, you know, video gambling things.
It's not gambling. That's not gambling.
Yeah,
Are they doing this legal? There used to be a couple of them here.
Well, there used to be a bunch.
Yeah.
They're really not.
Yeah, that Exxon station on Market used to have one, or what was it, the,
Sunrise Market.
is it the Sunrise Market or the, what's it called? Anyway, they used to have it. I remember that was 20 years ago. They closed that down several times.
And I think now it's kind of up to the counties. And I don't know what kind of arrangements they have, so there's, and whether it's a wink, wink, nod, nod kind of deal, and it just doesn't bother them, or whether they are just openly saying, okay, fine.
And can you win money?
Well,
Well, you're not, that is the problem. You're not supposed to win money.
And
And
they
if
have,
they catch them paying off, then they can close it down. But who's gonna wanna go and play a game and not
and they used to
win
do
money?
Well, they used to do,
stupid stuff with,
Gifts
yeah,
and
you
stuff.
get gifts, right?
yeah.
But now they have,
Things.
at least, and there's another place over on the other side of the causeway, over by Holiday Beach,
Yeah, no,
called the Big Easy. I've never been to either one.
I've never been to them either.
Do they have like blackjack and stuff like that, or?
No, it's video games. It's a eight-liner is what it's
Yeah.
called.
Yeah,
What is that?
It's like a,
it
Oh,
spins
really?
things, and you got, rows, and depending on which symbols you get, either across or diagonally or up and down and so
So
on,
you put money in and play it like a
like a slot machine.
slot machine.
Yeah,
yeah,
I love slot machine.
and she's done, she does quite well actually with these.
has she been to the one in the Holiday Beach?
She hasn't gone there for quite a while. Cause she says she's, last bunch of times she's gone, she just doesn't win anything.
Mm.
But now they're set up with, websites and apps. So she leaves money on her account at this one game room, and then she comes home and she plays it on her computer.
Oh, that's addictive.
Yeah, so anyway, he had an iPad, I got her an iPad, geez, 10, 12 years ago. And it was an iPad mini, and I got her the mini because it was smaller. right? And,
Now we want the big one.
Yeah,
That's what I have.
well, the one she had, is so old that you can't even get updates for iOS on it. It just won't, it's too old. So I got her a new iPad. She's.
Exciting.
Oh, I got that one.
Yeah. And it's always, she's not adept with the technology in any form of fashion. And, I don't want to leave it unprotected with, just turn it on, right?
Mhm.
So, and the passcode is a little annoying, but the new ones, and like, I don't know if your phone is set up the same as mine, but I have the Space ID thing.
I have that.
So that, when I'm gonna turn it on, it looks at my face.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, the iPads have got fingerprint, yeah,
Mhm.
but trying to get her to use the fingerprint reader, which is kind of a little spastic on. Yeah, right, and for whatever reason, she can't seem to
You have to remember.
feel
what-
the indentation where the home button is on the iPad, and stuff like that, and she'll be off to the side.
Well, what's funny is my little grandson, who's now 11, 12, I forget, gosh. He had an iPad.
They all
And
kids about 5 years old. now.
I know, and he had a home button. So my daughter bought him a new iPad. And it didn't have a home button,
Yeah.
and he didn't want to use it because it didn't have a home button.
They get
And
used to certain
so-
things.
And so Tom grabbed hold of my phone one day, and I don't have an I haven't updated, I think this is an 11.
Yeah, mine.
And he says, where's your home button? And I said, I don't have a home button, you just swipe up. You don't have a home button? He has an old iPhone. He said, oh, I'm with Landon, I gotta have an I gotta have a home button.
Well, and there was all this things to do
They're not gonna have to walk.
I
about
know.
the notch, right? And they
Yes.
were saying, you know, they're gonna get rid of it, not, and I just never could figure out, what is it for? I did, it's my queens, I have no idea. Why they put it there and what it's for. It might,
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's, when you, FaceTime. I think that's it. But it's. My daughter-in-law's brother works for Apple. In Virginia. And he gets them upgraded iPhones every time a new one comes out, you know. And so
I'll have to meet this
he
guy.
got, I know it. I'm like, they are expensive.
Yeah,
And, so he picked up my daughter's iPhone one day and she had like a 14
Yeah,
or so. What is this? He said. And he looks at me and he said, you need to get a Roy. Updated iPhone. I said, no, I don't. Not at $800. I don't think so. Now they're over 1,000.
They want you, they don't want you to buy them.
Yeah, yeah, to your phone.
well, my wife, she goes through these periods where she doesn't do texting or anything like that, and she's got a flip phone.
What? Just on the flip phone?
Yeah,
The new one or the old one?
I didn't know there was.
well,
Oh, yeah, it's
Samsung.
the latest thing now is to have a flip.
Yeah,
a
but
lot of
Samsung,
people were.
$800 or something.
Yeah, but not Apple doesn't have it, Samsung.
They will. If people start
You
buying.
can, but it's really, really complicated, because you can only use the numeric keypad thing, and of course, they got, you know, ABC is on a 1, so you gotta hit it, if you want to do a C, you hit it 3 times. Yeah, right.
Yes.
Oh, they're a pain in the. Why would someone want to go back to them? Is it cheaper? They're smaller, they're easier to.
And that's-
in your pocket and your.
Yeah, it's half this size, half this size.
Yeah, and actually, when you fold them, when you unfold it, most of them have this whole thing is this screen.
Yeah.
So it's big.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't like that texting.
So I asked her, and I personally have never actually bought a smartphone. Okay. I went for years and years. I had a flip phone. And I've never been,
Mhm.
you know, even with all the work I do on computers and stuff, I never really got into the smartphones and the phones and stuff like that. I would carry a cell phone with me. And when I was traveling a lot, they were handy.
Yeah.
So I had a Samsung flip phone for over 12 years. And I've been with AT&T for a long time. Went through the whole scenario of all the different company changes, you know, with yeah, well, yeah.
Mhm.
Southwestern Bell and AT&T and so on. So AT&T was changing their network a couple of years ago, right? And they'd send me emails and then saying, you know, we're changing our network, your phone is going to quit working.
Yeah.
And I would just ignore it. And they kept being persistent, and they would send me, you know, more letters, and they finally got to the point where they said, look, we will give you a new phone, but you're gonna have to change. So I said, and both Cam and myself had flip phones. So she wanted to get another flip phone, and I got a smartphone, the first smartphone I actually got, which was it was a low budget, you know, LG K10 or something, just minimal amount of memory and stuff like that. And it was an Android phone. So I used that for a period of time, and then some friends of ours that lived in Harbor Oaks, he's always had iPhones, and he bought a Moto G6 smartphone, and it's an Android phone, and he didn't like it. He just couldn't get used to the difference between Android and an iPhone.
There is.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, to me, it wasn't terribly difficult to switch back and forth. So I said, "Do you want this phone?" So I ended up, you know, getting, you know, quit using the LG phone from AT&T. And since he was on AT&T, all I had to do was swap the SIM cards, right? You know, I didn't call him or anything like that. So I used that for a period of time. Yeah, it was fine. And then, some other friends of mine, she's the one that, you know, when the new iPhone comes out, she'll go stand in line.
Okay.
That's,
So she had her iPhone, which is this one, that she gave to my wife, figuring, you know, because I tried to get Cam to use a smartphone. And she didn't like it because it was too big. And so I ended up, you know, taking this iPhone, which I've been using now for a year or so. And you know, I'm used to enjoy it.
No, I recommend that.
Thank you. My wife, she hates talking on the phone. I mean, she likes talking on the phone because she calls.
Oh.
But the ringers are off on our phones in the house. I've got, of course, upstairs in my office, I've got and we've got two lines and my office line and so on.
I don't answer my phone. I just have it. In case of emergency or something.
Yeah, I got rid of my home line a long time ago. It was ridiculous. I wasn't using it and you start adding it. So many, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Plus, they're always bugging you.
Well, she doesn't, you know, the ringers are off on all the phones downstairs, so you know, people want to talk to her, they just have to leave a message. And occasionally, because we're on Spectrum and I actually, after Harvey, you know, I went through, I had DirecTV for a television, I had AT&T for the telephones, and I had, it was Spectrum effectively for internet service.
They have this.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Spectrum.
So it got, I went through and, you know, and bundled everything together, TV, phone, and internet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to start off with.
Oh, yeah, depends what you had.
Yeah. I mean, it was $140 or something for all of that, for two telephone numbers. And your cell phone, not my cell phone, I still have those on AT&T. And now the prices, they just keep going up.
They do, you know.
So she hates to use the telephone and even her cell phone. I mean, she turns it on, she makes a phone call, and then she turns it off. So it's frustrating. It's frustrating if I need to get a hold of her, right? Because you just never, you can't get a hold of her.
Can you text her?
No.
No,
No, because the phone's on.
doesn't matter.
I'm gonna go crazy about it.
You get used to
And
it.
that's- I've had my computer, I've been-
See, those I don't miss. The phone, yes, but it's those crazy calls that you never expect that are the ones you miss and you don't want.
Mine tell me it's spam.
Kind of. I have a robo killer.
That work pretty good?
It works good, really good. It will not, it will, if it's a number that they do not recognize, it won't ring, but it'll show. And, you know, like, I get these calls, these public service announcement calls about they keep waves,
Yeah, from corporate.
from Corpus, and it doesn't ring, but it shows. And it'll show as a missed call or a recent call. And it works pretty good, so you could always go in and, you know, if it's a spam call, it'll say, you know, spam alert or something like that.
Yeah, mine could be.
And then it's, you know, you
I don't
can
recognize
block.
line, but I don't need to.
Yeah, if it's not in my contacts, I won't. I feel like if it's important, they'll leave a message.
Yeah.
And if they don't, then I'm not gonna call them back.
Right.
You know.
And even when they call on the landline, I'll hang up. It's a lot of times I'll just, you know, hit it, connect and disconnect. Mhm.
Used to, but I don't.
So now on with Spectrum, since our telephones are coming through Spectrum, these landlines, they,
That less expensive than AT&T.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was. I was paying $150 a month for AT&T with, I had 3 phone lines. One for business, one for the house, and I actually had a fax line I carried for a long time.
Probably got rid of it.
Stupid to carry because I didn't use faxes anymore.
Nobody does.
And actually, for a period of time, I had, when Charlie Powers, when they lived in Honduras. So we had a voice over IP set up, and this is back in the very early days of UIP. So I had a phone number here in Rockport for him, his own phone number, their own phone number, which is their phone number now. So when you call that 729 local number, it would actually ring in Honduras. And that would always blow people's mind.
AT&T is just kind of ridiculous.
You know, Tom used to have AT&T. And on his phone,
Actually, my bill comes from SBC. That was the bill, but
but I added, you know, with Spectrum, you can add a line for like $40.
Yeah.
you can on AT&T, I think it's $25.
And he used to have AT&T, I guess, DirecTV, AT&T bought DirecTV
Yeah.
or whatever. And so he had that, and so he disconnected that and added the phone line. And it's much cheaper because his bill was over $100. His phone bill was over $100, and I was only $44. So
I think I'm gonna look at. I don't have anything bundled. I have Spectrum, my internet, and Dish. Oh, I have Direct. What do I have? Dish.
you can get Spectrum too. Cable is much cheaper than Dish.
I know. We had Spectrum, and then after the storm, I couldn't get it back
Oh.
installed. So we didn't get Dish the quickest, so we got. Maybe it's good.
No, I haven't had any problems out in Hollywood Beach with Spectrum.
I like Spectrum.
Yeah, a storm, we never lose power. We always lose, you know, whenever it's clouded up, we lose the signal, you know, from direct from satellites.
Yeah.
The only thing on the little, I have to check into is, you know, when we travel international. I have to set up my phone some kind of way to get.
Yeah, it used to be really cheap.
It's expensive.
Like for $4, you get international calling and stuff, and you can, you know, make place calls and really have a video.
I did that.
Sometimes they limit your minutes, but that's.
Well, it's not like
That's not
we
what
want
you're
to
Don't do that.
call
Oh.
it. It's very expensive, yeah, very expensive.
Or if you have a computer, you'll use the tie into a ship, if you're on a ship, if you tie it into their internet, it's not too expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, for sending emails and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I talked to them a while back and they said, yeah, just call us, let us know when we can
Just give them the day, so we're gonna do the price.
So you like Spectrum?
I've had real good success with them, where we live. And even now it's gotten. Cable internet is so much faster than, you know, people that are on AT&T or Uverse or whatever they call it nowadays. I mean, it's just bloody slow. And I've seen, you know, you just see through time how the speeds with Spectrum are just ratcheted up. You know,
It's always
over
been
time.
So,
So I went through the whole range of different options with internet service. When we first moved down from Austin, I had, at the time, DirecTV, they had a service called Direct PC. And then, they were sold to HughesNet, which you may see their commercial, so it was satellite internet service. And at the time, it was pretty fast. I mean, relative to what you're used to dial-up modem speeds and things like that. But the thing that was a killer with that was the latency. Because it just, you hit enter and it just takes a while for that signal to go up and then go down. And there was probably at least a 2 to 3 second delay. And if you wanted to do any kind of interactive gaming and stuff like that, it just. So I used that for a while, and I used with Rocket Wi-Fi now. Their internet service for a while.
So it's not gonna be on the phone, and then we do have one person to sign it.
Is it 3 o'clock?
Yes, you're on the 3 o'clock.
All right, so.
And we are on the 26th.
Yes.
Who's
There's nothing to do with them. Very bottom.
What number is it?
Okay, it's 1800 is the case ID.
Probably like the last.
Page 9, top of the page.
25539.
Yeah.
And this is the phone.
I am, guys.
These really soft books.
Must be, you can come from here.
Hello.
Hello. City Appraisal Review Board going for protest hearing. Looking for Robert, are you handling the case or is it?
I'm his wife, Julie Williams.
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
Did you not?
There's 2 signatures.
Wait.
Robert Williams. I'm sorry, what is your first name?
Julie, yes, it's just, you need to talk to him, he's right here.
Yeah, I don't believe you
I'm
signed.
not,
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes, the
I'm not-
Robert's there, that was
I'm not-
helpful.
okay, Rob here.
Hello.
Robert, this is the Appraisal Review Board calling for your protest hearing.
Yes, sir.
So is it Rob or Robert? Or do you care? Do you care? Okay. You mind if I call you Robert?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, okay, fine. I have some administrative stuff to run through before we get into the specifics of your hearing. So we are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-1800, account number 25539, which is 13 Maud Street in Fulton. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify exactly what's under protest. Okay, so market and equity values are the items under protest. Excuse me. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the form that is included in the determination package, which you will receive in the mail after the hearing has concluded. You can also take the survey online, and information about how to return it in any case is included at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always do appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you after the hearing to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And I'm looking here, we have about 7 or 8 pages of evidence that you have provided. Have you submitted everything that you intend to reference?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
So all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Robert, I'm assuming since we had a signed and notarized affidavit from you that we are going to consider you to be under oath during this hearing.
Okay.
All right.
I am Bert, do solemnly swear affirming testimony shall present to the appraisal report, the Aransas County Appraisal District.
So Robert, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No.
Okay, thank you. Makes things easier. In the package of information you should have gotten from the appraisal district, there is a chart, a one-page chart that's labeled hearing procedure times. Do you have that handy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, because that shows how we're going to be conducting the hearing today. It's one of 2 forms. Either you can present first or the district, the appraisal district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time to present, rebut, and question. However, you get to make the choice of whether you would like to present first or whether you would like the appraisal district to present first.
I'll go first. Let me ask you this, can you speak with my wife, because she usually takes care of this one?
Unfortunately, she did not sign the affidavit.
Okay.
But she can tell you what
She's right. Yeah, she's there.
Well, I didn't sign it because, my name isn't on the property, that's why I didn't sign. So,
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's the signing of the affidavit that's determines who got sworn in and that type of thing. And unfortunately, that's what the tax code says we have to do.
Okay.
Okay, so Robert, you said you wanted to go first, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you have 5 minutes to start with, and then you'll get some other minutes as we go along. So you can go ahead and start and make your presentation.
and the rain down
Well, the land value has remained constant for about the last 14 years.
That's exhibit 4,
That's exhibit 4.
the 2022 line value.
The 2022 land value increased 583%. From 15,750 to 91,880.
Comparisons were made. Well,
Comparisons were made with,
several was a lot.
with the lot on Bay Road to have access to the county, maintain streets and wastewater collection, which we do not have
Like exhibit 1 and 2 shows street
on Laguna Vista. It shows on exhibit 1 and 2
on Mars.
on lot 13, excuse me.
And we have to maintain.
Yeah, we have to maintain our own little road. The county or just the county doesn't
County or city does.
do it, and there's no sewer or wastewater collection.
On mod.
Law, that's what we're talking about, yeah.
So you feel like the value, it's overvalued.
You can't be speaking, you can, you're gonna talk to your husband. But he has to do most of the speaking, or all of the speaking.
Okay, well, sorry, I guess you just picked it up, sorry.
I was speaking.
That's okay, go ahead, you have more time.
Well, I just don't see how that, the value can be increased by 583% in 1 year's time.
County, city, free in front of.
He doesn't agree with what.
I'm telling you.
You still have a couple of minutes if you want to add some more information.
That's about all I got.
And then the district will make their presentation and you'll have time to ask questions and make other comments. Okay?
And maybe I missed it, there's two pictures in here, the mod 1 and mod 2. What are those pictures trying to show?
The street, tell
Showing the small street that's not maintained by the city or county that we have to maintain.
Oh, okay, well, why are there two different pictures, are they just, are they both showing the same thing?
Just two different views,
Oh,
that's all.
okay.
All right. Good, you have 5 minutes. Yeah.
All right, so this is account 25539. Last year, it was certified at 15,750. It was just land. It didn't used to just be just land. There was improvements on here in years past. They've been cleared out, and then there was a new house put there. This house is new for 2022. It was completed last year. It's a 1,000 square foot house. The main area is upstairs. It's kind of elevated a little bit. Okay, so let's look at the comps. So the first is on 6 Primrose in Fulton. And that is just a house in Fulton. The second one is 75 Hollyhock Circle. That's also, it's a 580 plus, sort of similar size. If you look at what people are paying for these homes, you got 312 and 315. And the next one is on Bay Court. It's a stucco house, actually. That might be one of the smaller stucco houses I've ever seen. It was a 345. And they get the median indicated value for the subject at 338. The notice value is 384. That was based on sales.
284.
Yeah, sorry, 284. You know, I think our number seems very low for a brand new house. They would be below, you know, the average sale price of a house in Aransas County. It seems strange. But the other test is equity. So market and equity were both protesting. The equity grid is comparing this to properties that aren't sales. These are our values on them. And when adjusted to be like the comps, which are 5FB and 4SS, similar class homes in this area, Bay Road. The median indicated value is 276, which is below the notice value. So we would recommend an adjustment to 276, just based on equity.
Okay,
And
Ryan.
I guess I would also just want to ask, you guys just built this house. How much do you think your house is worth? The house and the land?
Good question.
I'd say about 200.
You have, Marvin, you have 4 minutes or so to ask any questions or make additional comments.
I just had to remember, the houses that y'all were mentioning, they all have paved roads that lead to the property, which our house does not. And once again, wastewater and we have to have our own septic, which we maintain. As,
So you
as
mean,
opposed to houses you're comparing to. You're comparing to houses that have paved roads, sewer system, city sewer, and we don't have that. We have to maintain our own sewer system and try to maintain the road. Yeah,
does the road only go to your house?
no, there's another home back there too.
You still have some more time. Is there anything else you want to add or comment on?
No, sir.
Same?
Not really. I think that we're, the odds that we're ever gonna see a deed transaction for this property for $230,000 is pretty much zero. The land value in here had not been updated since 2006. Which is long overdue for something, but I know it seems like a lot, but we're still not even at what this property's worth. I mean, I know we have an equity thing saying it should be lowered, and it needs to be, because that's how equity works, but I think it's worth more than 275. I don't think, what I'm saying is, I don't even think that you could buy this lot off of these people and build the house yourself for less than that. So, and that's just like pure cost, so. But yeah, there's still an equity. That's all we got.
Okay, Robert, you have a minute or so. Do you have any last comments?
Bring up pictures. Yeah, I mean. First of all, why was it not updated since 2006? Second of all, 583% in 1 year seems to be excessive. And the house we had to rebuild because Hurricane Harvey took care of the other one.
You answer my question.
Yeah.
So we're getting started.
I mean, there's 100 reasons why it wouldn't be updated. For one, I didn't even work here for most of the last 15 years, so it's a totally different set of people. So asking them why they didn't update it 10 years ago, I have no idea. But things that would cause it to stall out are like low sale volume, just not having a lot of transactions. Not a lot of things changing hands. Fulton in the Fulton proper, it was like that, very stable. Not a lot of people bought and sold them. And then after the hurricane, they all just swapped hands. And so you find out how much value has been growing in that time that it's been sitting there kind of quiet. I'll also add that like the land value includes the location. So the value attributable to how the property is situated is in the land value. So some of that might also be, if everything around it is going up, it can't be left behind for long, I guess, if that makes sense. It is a lot in 1 year. I agree. I don't think this should have been $15,000 6 years ago, but I didn't even work here 6 years ago. So all we can do is this year, all we can deal with is 1 year at a time. Yeah.
Okay. Robert, any last comment? And that's the end of your time.
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right, then the ARB has 5 minutes to deliberate and decide on value.
Could they pull this out once more so we can see where this,
The airport's down here.
okay.
That's north. So Fulton down there, you got up Fulton Beach Road towards Conti that way.
Okay.
Yeah, that's north of it.
And that's the street.
I can see the water from there, go to the test of land and goes up.
Yeah.
Then you get it up all down.
Can we take a quick peek at, the property card for,
25540.
yeah.
Just go on, Robert, we're looking at some, other figures here.
Look at the land value,
Yes.
9180.
What's the square foot value on?
Same price, same thing.
Let's see what they got. They got
52.
What is that?
7. Yeah, the same price per foot
Yeah,
and 91. Yeah, this is,
it's the same.
yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna go with the equity.
Mhm.
276.
Yeah.
Let's just do 276. 500. Okay. No,
Yeah,
276.
Mhm.
Yeah, 276.
Okay, I'll make a motion on your property, Robert, for case ID, 2022-1800. Account 25539, which is 13 Maud Street, Villa Vista, and addressing equity and market values. Opinion of the peer review board that based on statistics presented by the district, value of your property needs to be lowered to the median equity value of similar properties. So we're going to recommend lowering it from 284,670 to 276,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, folks, understand the value that was arrived at? Yeah.
276,000 even. Okay,
All right, you'll receive, the determination package in the mail here shortly. Okay.
okay, well, thank you.
Bye.
I think we might be switching to mute.
It's possible, you know.
We keep talking to him. Yeah, I think he might be unmuting to talk to him.
First man of two
Yeah.
words.
We have another.
So 2 more?
Yes.
The one that is page 1435. Just let you know when you're ready for it. Two more in person.
It's on page 7, 1435.
Goes back to the time when you used to do that with beer cans.
Yeah. What was the time?
Okay.
Ready?
I do believe. Yes.
Have your address at the table.
Hi, yeah.
Oh.
You Patrick?
Yes, sir.
Pat or Patrick?
Whichever.
Yeah. Did I call you Patrick? That'll work. All right, so I have some administrative stuff to run through first, and then we'll get into the specifics on your hearing. We're commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-1435, account number 29997, which is 1136 Oak Avenue in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify what's under protest.
Market and equity.
Market value and equity are under protest, okay? So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using that survey form, which is in front of you. Or there's also a copy of that form in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing to document the results of the hearing. You can also take the survey online, and information about how to return it or get to it online is at the top of the form. Survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in that package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. It is important that we have all of your evidence. It looks like we have a lot of, yeah, those, that's okay. Great. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so Patrick will be asked to swear in at this point, and Beth will help you do that.
Thank you. And read the statement out loud, starting with I do.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Patrick Saunders.
I am a Berkeley Solomon, where the firm and testimony shall present the appraisal review board to the Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
Okay, Patrick, just so you know, more up and down the table or the ARB. Maybe look at the end of the table is the representative from the district, and Beth, who was just in here, and Scott in the back of the room are from the district. I need to ask whether or not you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. On your left hand, there is a chart that has the hearing procedure times. And this is how we're going to run the hearing today. It takes one of two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who presents first. But you get to make the choice of whether you would like to present first or you would like to have the district present first.
I've turned in my copy of the photo. I'm guessing I'll have those scanned on here.
We do.
So, I mean, I'm just protesting the value of it. So, I mean,
So if you want to make your presentation first, that's fine, or you can ask the district to go first.
sure, I'll go first. I can get an idea what.
Sure. It's fine.
Okay, so, this property last year was 175, 110. This year it was noticed at 205.40. There is a cap loss, so the assessed value showed 192. There is a note in here about some previous damage that actually seems pretty consistent with what's being reflected for this year. I would be fine with putting this back to last year's value. Last year was 175, 110.
That sounds.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get it lower from what the previous value was. I was just simply. There's improvements that need to be made to the home that have not been made, given the market and how things are right now. I ultimately want to get there, don't get me wrong, but I just have not gotten there, and things have only gotten a little older and a little worse from last year.
So you're okay with the 175, 110?
Yes, I'm just protesting the increase. I was, fine where we were. That's perfectly good in my book. That's all I was shooting for. I wasn't trying to get, and I understand taxes are essential. I'm not trying to elude them completely. It just want to try to get a fair shake. That's all.
I mean, now, is this damage from the hurricane or?
Some of it, the sheetrock, broken windows in the garage and things like that are still from the hurricane, and the back patio screen. That's pretty much all damaged from the hurricane that hasn't been repaired yet. Some of the other stuff is just aging of the home, like the fascia and things of that nature.
Give us an idea.
Yeah, well, we're okay with that price from last year. I'll make a motion on case ID 2022-1435, which is 1136 Oak Avenue, Oak Terrace. Addressing market and equity values. Opinion of the ARB, as well as the district, that due to the work that still needs to be done on the property, we're going to roll property noted value from this year's noted value of $205,040, last year's value of $175,110.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, Patrick, 175, 110.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Appreciate y'all hearing me out.
You bet. No
Is
problem.
there anything else that I need to
Didn't
sign
you
or
take,
turn
no,
in?
you take this with you and fill it out at your convenience and send it back.
Okay.
And it's a place you can fill it out and send it back.
Okay.
And you get a copy of the determination in the mail here shortly.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. One more? There's someone out there, so yeah. That might be. Well, I don't know what it is. There you are.
Case number 1936.
Page 9, the middle of the page.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
Okay.
Ready?
Maybe.
Thank you.
Well, hi. Hi.
How are you all?
Are you Carrie?
I'm Henry, yes.
Good. We're gonna flip on the paper here.
It was right. Imagine that.
Okay, Carrie, I have some administrative stuff to run through first, and then we'll get into the specifics of your hearing. You'll be asked to swear in a second, and when you get to that point, Beth will help you do that. We're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1936, account number 18587. What is this? 414 South Pearl Street in Rockport.
That's correct.
This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's under protest. So market value and equity are under protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. And the survey may be completed using the survey form, which is right in front of you conveniently. Or there's also a copy that'll be included in the determination package you'll receive in the mail that documents the results of the hearing. You can also take it online, and information about how to return it, and if you want to take it online, it's all included at the top of that form. The survey is entirely voluntary, however, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And I see we have a bunch of pictures and stuff like that. Do you have anything else? You've shared everything?
Yeah, I submitted everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could always do more.
Oh, yes, yes.
All right, so the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in at this time, and Beth will help you with that.
You just read that statement out loud, please. That starts with I do.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Harry Rotenberry.
I am Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Yeah. Just so you know, the four of us around the table here are the ARB, and we work at the end of the table is the representatives of the district, and Scott Harrington in the back is also representing the district. He's driving the technology. I need to ask whether or not you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
Okay, that's good. Makes it easier. On your left hand, there is a chart that's the hearing procedure time. It's how we're going to run the hearing today. Takes one of two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both have.
Whatever you normally do, is fine.
Not, there is no normal.
I'll take care of that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, are y'all ready? Have you got the pictures and everything out there in front of you? Okay, well, so first let me just give you a little bit of background. So, I did call to try to set up an informal review, and I left 2, if not 3 messages before 6/1, never heard back from anyone. So I'm sorry to have to trouble you guys today. So we've recently discovered that our title to our property may be cloudy, but the Charlene Taylor, who originally had the loan when we bought that property in the early 90s, maybe 90s, never signed off on the lien. So fortunately, she's still alive. I just found her, but we don't have a clear title right now. We discovered, and she's knows what she's got to do, but I've got to get an attorney involved. Now, our tenant that lives there, Edna West, is, y'all might know her, she worked at Walmart for many years, on white hair. She's retired on disability, lives there, it's my sister-in-law. She pays $200 a month, which is really all she can kind of afford. And last year, taxes and just a few expenses we've had were about $250, and we're okay for now, but if it continues to go up, it'll continue to be a problem. So we still have Hurricane Harvey damage remaining. We did not receive any insurance money, as they said that it was less than $5,000, and that was their standard deduction for our insurance company for nationwide. And as it turned out, the expenses were much more than $5,000, but by the time we were able to get back to them, they were like, "Oh, sorry, your file's been closed. Nothing we can do." So we had damage to 9 properties from Hurricane Harvey, and we only received payout on 2, and one additional one, we had to go to district court and sue and received a settlement as a result of that. Still not enough to pay for that, but in the last 5 years, there's been a lot of damage to this property, and we just haven't been able to get over and finish everything. There was Harvey, COVID. My husband has been ill for 2 years with cancer. He's a year out from a stem cell transplant, and 2 weeks ago went back to work. We're happy to say, after not having to be worked for 18 months. And so there's a lot of things that need to be done at this property. The wiring was done earlier.
but there's also undesirable aspects to the neighborhood. And was that what I think one?
No.
Oh, I'm so glad, because I wasn't quite finished. Okay, so another particularly good picture paper I've discovered. The roof is sag, but there's a sag in the roof and you can't really see it, but you can drive by and see it pretty easily. Our roofer, we had a hard time finding a roofer at the property. We found one that was licensed and, you know, the whole bit. But he wasn't a good roofer. I don't know how to say it. He was disreputable. He's now out of business. There's no recourse, you know, that we can find. And anyway, but in the first picture, you can kind of see the proximity to a cell phone tower. So that's just one sort of some of the undesirable aspects about the neighborhood that make us a little more downscale than a pretty little cottage on North Austin Street, for example. And we're still missing the carport. There's damage to the house from the carport. This is all damage from the hurricane. We're missing the front porch and the roof that went over the sidewalk. There's a lot of damage to the siding that went all the way around, and I'm now on page 2. Kind of move forward. And you can kind of see, like I said, there's a lot of damage there. We lost a lot of trees. We had good hardwood oak trees in our yard, and we lost all the oaks. Somehow or another, China Bear managed to survive. You know, yeah. We're still, you know, it was a pretty tree covered lot, and now it's not. And we discovered, the way we discovered there was a sag and things is that we also discovered there were some roof issues inside on the ceiling. I'm moving on to the next page, actually I'm 2 pages ahead. We discovered there was a patch and it was like, what's going on there? We just thought it was moisture from the storm. We fixed it. It's now coming back and we put a moisture meter up there. We can feel moisture. We don't know what's going on. It's something, you know, we're just going to have a whole new roof put on. I think the roof structure itself, I really don't know what's even going to be involved. Now these are just some of the other kind of things that are just unfortunate on the next page. The kitchen and bathrooms are not updated. You know, they are certainly functional and everything, but there's like on that one window that's in the carport, if you'll go one more slide down, that's actually a window to the exterior from inside the bathtub area. And this is not us, this is before us. We didn't even realize that window was covered up because for a long time there was a decorative board over that window, and now we know why. And we believe that we're starting to get moisture. You can kind of see at the top of that one picture that was dark. We think we're getting moisture behind the tub, so there's some issues there. And when I was there the other day, again, my sister-in-law is supposed to, you know, she's the one who's to take care of things, and it's just she's not able to. She had a serious illness recently, and we discovered there's a big tree like growing into the house that we got to get down, and there's some wooden window sills that are getting kind of soft from where the window units grip on them because there's no central heating or air. And the other things we just on the last slide, you can just see there's just a couple of things. You know, very nice neighbor, the dentist, but he put concrete all the way up literally to the property line. So it's just kind of unfortunate. It's like an encroachment. You know, it was a nice little historic neighborhood, and that's sort of a problem. The same on the other side. That fence, there's a chain link fence that runs between us and the neighbor to the north. Again, lovely neighbor. We've all known each other for a long time, but we can't keep that side cleaned up. You know, there's a lot of growth on the other side of the fence and it grows through, and it's a problem, you know, for us on our side. To the back of the property, there's about 20 feet from our property line to the neighbor's fence. And it's actually sort of a no man's land. When I inquired about it at the city, they were like, oh no, that's your neighbor's property, but it's not. I mean, I have an old map that has the alley. It's an abandoned alley. And it's just messy. You know, it's just messy. There's been snakes and different things. And we're not able, she is not able to maintain it. We're going to have to come down and maintain it. But you can also see in that bottom picture, sort of a cell phone tower that's the proximity to the property. Then on the very last page, and then this will wrap up my thing, and thank you very much. I think at the time when the initial appraisals went out, since that time, I'm seeing a lot of downturn in the real estate market. I included this just because this is just what's in my email like the last few days that I haven't deleted yet. Usually I delete this stuff. But I get a lot of these because I do, I have some rental properties and things, and so I get a lot of these notices, and they're all sending me things saying that there's been a downturn in the market, and so that's what we're seeing.
Your time is up to tomorrow. You'll have a few more minutes later on.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry if I went over.
That's okay.
Yes. I was trying to talk really fast.
Okay, this is property ID 18587. It's a single family residential property here in the courthouse district, very central part of Rockport. Excuse me. It's kind of catty corner from where the city hall used to be. Yeah, there's a picture of it, small house, and it is next to a very large commercial building. So this place is really small, 780 square feet. It's got an effective age of 1985. The changes year over year are a result of the land value changing and the neighborhood improvement adjustment. So if we look at just to the first and third comp, the second one's not as good of a comp. It's a nicer, newer house. But the first and third are much better as far as looking at, this kind of property. The first one is a 3-class home. It's bigger, obviously. It's not 780 square feet. It's 1,400 square feet. And it's sold for $275. It also has better land, better situated land. It's on the block next to the Jones Museum. So it's a little closer to downtown. And adjusted to be like this sale, it indicates a value for the subject at 189. And then comp number 3, this is probably the best of the 3 comps. It's 1,000 square feet, effective age 1985. It's a 3SS, subject is a 3BS, which is vinyl siding versus wood siding. And it sold for 202. So I would say that this thing should sell for 130. And so their median value ends up being 152, but I would say 130 is probably the best indicator of value for this. But it was noticed at 103. So the equity grid shows other properties in this neighborhood. It's at 118, the median. This is going to be one of the lowest valued habitable homes in the whole area. You have to really dig to find one that's worth less than this, but you can still live in. Yeah, that's what it was. I don't really have a whole lot of input as far as like, the circumstances of this building or whatever, but it's just depreciated. Like I said, the only change was the land value changed. Last year's value was almost what the lot's worth. I mean, you could clear this lot and sell it for 50 grand. So, that had to be dealt with in that whole area. But this thing in particular, it just got the neighborhood adjustments for both of them. So that's it. That's our evidence.
Has the property been adjusted, or did you say your porch hadn't been replaced or something else hadn't been replaced?
So there's quite a few things that haven't.
We
Fortunately, the carport and over the sidewalk, that porch was already gone, but there was a porch over the front door, like just a small
open porch.
Yeah.
Scott, can you pull up the thing, the card didn't print with a sketch on it, so I can't tell how their segments are situated.
And I really, and now that I'm looking at it, because that's blue there, I'm thinking that we might have been the ones to take down that porch, because we see where it's like, we're on the left there, and so where it's kind of turquoise in the center. We did that like about a year before Harvey, or maybe that same year. We had termites there, and so we had to go in and replace like that siding with, what do you call it, a hardy plank. So I'm thinking, yes, it is true that the sidewalk porch is off, as well as the one over the porch itself, but I'm just wondering if we didn't take those down, because now that I'm looking at it, I think we took those porches down.
All right, I'm here.
See where? I don't have a property card, I wish I'd looked at it.
That's okay.
Okay, and then what's this value wise? It's just $100 or something.
$20.
Yeah, that's the steps in front of the house.
Yeah, there was, at one time there was like a roof over that, but I think we took that down now that I'm looking at that.
Yeah, so that's why it's called because there's nothing above it.
Yeah,
And it's only 20 square feet. This is the little carport next to it. All we have is the main area of the house and then the little carport next to it, and then the steps up the front. The steps again are $90.
and the carport's still there, right? No, it's not. There's only a portion of the carport that covers the, there's like a washer dryer outside in a shed. And the carport area over the shed is still there, but not over the, like she can't have her, it doesn't cover her car.
Oh, yeah, no, we call it that. It's that. It's this, that's how big it is on the drawing.
Yeah, see where the end of the concrete is, like behind her car?
Yeah.
That's where it used to go to.
Yeah, so our drawing is.
What's the detached storage? I didn't notice.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't know why they.
Well, it's not that big. There is a detached storage room that has a washer dryer in it, but it's not 12 by 12. I mean, if anything, it's maybe 8 by
We can measure.
4.
We can measure it.
Well, yeah, but that's the roof. It's not under, that whole thing is not the storage building.
Yeah, right. I mean, so we got, what is it supposed to be, 12 by 12?
It says 12 by 12 there, but,
That's January of 22. So there's gonna be some under here, so it should be like 11 feet.
it doesn't go all the way to the house because there's an opening. That's like a breezeway. You have to walk to the backyard. So
Yeah.
I would say there's a little gap of about 3 feet. It goes from the north side about 3 feet away from the house and then just makes, closes off that rectangle.
We can make that smaller for the right size. It is the right size. It's 12 by 12. I think that thing's 12 by 12. I don't know what.
Oh, I thought you were asking about the detached storeroom.
Oh, no,
That's just the roof.
exactly. Yeah. It's just a roof with something to hold the roof up. Yeah.
Got it, Hannah?
Yeah.
Hey, anything else you wanna?
I saw the comps and some of those comps I've even been inside as it turns out, and, those are a lot nicer. Those properties are much nicer. The interiors are more finished. The lots are nicer. They're not adjoining anything, undesirable. They've got nice yards. They've got setbacks in their yards. They have trees. I understand you have to have something, and I appreciate what you were saying, that this is like one of the smallest ones in the area. I guess my point is that in terms of comps, they're nicer. They're nicer, they're in nicer neighborhoods. That was.
This commercial
Most of that is-
land here.
Never used to be. I don't know if it is or not now, because there's certainly a lot of commercial around me.
Is this the dentist next? Is that his office?
It is.
Anything else?
No, unless y'all have more questions for me.
I just want to comment that in comparing your house to the other properties, there were adjustments made for that, so.
Sure.
And it's subtracting pluses and minuses from the comparisons. So the average market value in the area is 152,000.
I get it. I think those values are coming down. I asked that, I had a real estate agent that I asked, and she said, yes, the values are coming, that you're seeing a lot of price reductions right now. Once the interest rates went up. And I can tell you that my sister and brother-in-law, who are very well-known property inspectors, and they were so busy. I mean, 4 months ago, they couldn't get an appointment 3 weeks in advance. And now they're averaging about 2 appraisals a week. So I do think that there has been a decrease in sales
I will just point out, when things are in a state of kind of permanent acceleration, flattening out to something a little bit more stable feels like a decrease. But the odds that the values are ever going to go down, that you're gonna buy a house for less dollars this year than last year, probably never.
Well, probably not. I
It'll
don't
just-
think it would. It wouldn't be a very good business if it did.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that this house won't have a nice value when it's completed, and I'd be happy to let you guys know, like, at the point we do things, but you know, there's still a lot of things going on with this property. I really do believe that 75,000 is a fair valuation for the condition of the property, the condition of the house, and what's kind of going on in the neighborhood.
Okay, and
Yes.
Those your final comments?
Thank you very much.
We just don't go anywhere.
So I gotta, not to belabor that detached storage, but if the structure underneath that roof was not the size of the roof, what would you measure at the roof size?
Yeah, for a carport, we would. I don't know why it still says detached storage. It's not. It probably used to be, and then, but it's a PC. The cards just.
It actually, looking at her picture, it looked like it may be a storage room.
Well, we don't even have it. We have it as just a carport. Yeah,
Well, okay.
just a roof. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a washer, dryer, and hot water heater that are in a closet, basically. You know, you can't stand inside the washer, you open the door and you're right there.
I'm good with the value, you know, on the deal, see how we can do.
Well, I think the roof problem, the roof is a problem, we really don't know, I mean, I think we're probably looking at, even if you said the value 100,000, I mean, in terms of the roof itself, I really do believe that we are looking at, because there may be some damage to the structure itself. So I think we're probably looking at about $15,000 for the roof. We're gonna have to have an engineering study to come over, I've already talked with Harvey McBee about coming over there and doing the study. And, I mean, to get this house to where it would need to be, to have it be worth $100,000, I really think we are probably looking at, I don't know, at least $35,000 in improvements.
Where you at?
Scott,
Yeah, I'm at the appraised value, and again, the improvement, the structures are sitting at 60. 61. And, you know, a good chunk of the increase, well, I say a good chunk. Yeah, well, a significant chunk of the increase was in the lands. Although the improvement increase was nothing to sneeze at either, but, yeah.
I'd be willing to just drop it down to 100,000.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Well, I thought that was what was already proposed was 100.
103.17.
That's what the current value, the current appraised value is.
Yeah,
But based on the fact that we understand the issues that need to be replaced and whatever, nonetheless, these other properties are, you know, selling for a lot of money.
I get it, you know, I really do, I'm not trying to make y'all job hard in any way, you know, for me, I have to also look at the fact that I have a disabled family member living there, and I can't afford to, you know, if I could rent it for $1,000 and I'm renting it to her, I'm already taking a loss on it, and if it continues to go up, I don't know how I can continue to shoulder that burden, and I wish that y'all would make an accommodation on in that regard. I mean, I understand, I really do, and I'm not gonna belabor this or write a nasty survey or anything like that, you know, but you know, I can tell you that I have worked with appraisal districts in other communities, such as in DeWitt County, Goliad County, and what we have done in the past is come in at a lower appraised value. We're working now. I mean, we're working on that property right now. I've got somebody coming over this next week to give me bids on landscaping and all kinds of stuff. And when the stuff is done, I'll call you guys and tell you. And at that point, if it's worth whatever it's worth, that's that's what it's worth, you know, and that's what, and I want tax values to remain stable. I want them to be high, you know, I just think that, like I said, I feel like it needs, in order to be at that value, it has to have quite a bit of work done to get it to that true value.
I'm good with the 100,000.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I understand your.
I appreciate it. I do, I appreciate it. I wouldn't want to do it. I hope I'm your last person for the day. Hold on one second, sure.
2022, there's 136, which is account 18587 South Pearl Street. After hearing information from the property owner and the district, it's continuing with the president review board. Currently known a value of $103,710 with over $200,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
You understand?
Okay, Carrie.
Thank you, guys.
You guys, you live in Gillian?
I do live in Gillette.
Whereabouts?
I'm on the square. You know that?
You know Diana Harrington?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Diana. Well, see, I grew up in Rockport. I mean, this is my hometown. And so Joe was a year ahead of me in school.
Okay.
And then Diana's brother, Mark, and I were, we both worked at HEB. We carpooled to Del Mar. And so we knew each other pretty well. And then Diana and my husband rode the bus together. So they, you know, she's a little younger than I am. And so, you know, and so we didn't know that they lived there though at the time we bought it. So we actually live right next door to them.
Really?
Yeah, our balconies like are right there, you know, together. So if we wanted, I guess we could climb over. You know?
I have a place over in Blair.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Go up there, seems like the only time I get over to Goliad is when I'm going to pay taxes.
Yeah.
Get over there more.
Yeah, it's nice. We really like it. And you know, then right behind us, you know, because like our property's on the square, right? But then behind us in Fannin. So then there's a nursery back there. So we're over at the nursery one day and just kind of messing around with some friends over and we were looking and she's talking to the lady at the nursery. Well, it turns out it's Jill, she's Von Dolan now. Oh, I'm just going to blank. Her dad was like a contractor, Jill Larson.
Okay.
Yeah, and so she was again, you know, someone my husband knew. And so it's, yeah, it's a small world. And somebody told me that Buddy McCluster's son, maybe, do you all know Buddy McCluster?
I've heard the
That's
name, but-
a long time ago, that's like in the 70s, but that, like maybe his son, Ricky McCluster, is in the sheriff's department.
Yeah, right.
You know, so I don't see anybody. I haven't run into anybody. So
We have a ranch in Charlotte.
oh, you do? Oh, it's cute. You're right there. Well, you'll have to stop there. Yeah, our we have a business opening, so
What's your business?
well, it's called Open for Discussion.
Okay.
Because it's kind of that, but it's we have a big space that you can like rent for a party or something.
Okay.
But then I also have like an online,
Were you by where the Hanging Tree restaurant used to be?
no, we were where Panache was.
Panache. Oh, okay.
Panache, that's the building we're in. And so, I had, for years, I've had an online business where I broker art sales,
Okay.
books, you know, but most people aren't walking in the door and going, oh my God, first edition Jake Break Notice, I want it, you know?
Right.
So anyway, so we're gonna try to have some other stuff too. You know?
Oh, you're closed, is that true?
Well, the impresario closed, but then it turned into the water well restaurant.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
then now the water well is moved. So they're now on the other side of Soul Emporium, Diana and Joe's place.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
We love to go to the Blue Quail.
I do too. And you know, they were gonna close.
Yeah.
They were putting the building up for sale and then they decided not to, and now they're staying in business.
That's good. Yeah, I love their soup.
Well, there's a little bar on Commercial Street called the Commercial Street Bar, and now they serve food. And then
Okay.
Deborah's Kitchen used to be a food truck kind of over by that Texan
Mhm.
convenience
Oh,
store.
that's a nice place.
Yeah, and so now they're serving food down on the square too, so it's not a lot of stuff happening.
It's still
So,
happening in Golden.
yeah, well, thank you guys.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Bye. Hey, you wanna take the survey?
That's okay.
Okay.
Unless really the controller needs to hear from you. Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
I tried, yeah.
Get better than she doesn't.
Yeah.
Is this our last?
I'll find out.
Is there somebody sitting out there looking on?
Is it four?
Yeah.
Okay.
Time passes when you're having so much fun.
Yeah.
I turned mine off. There. That's it.
Okey dokey.
Here.
You wanna,
Yeah, we should, make a motion to adjourn till we go home.
I move that we adjourn.
I second.
Anybody opposed?